When Ian starts something, he never does anything by halves, and he always becomes completely obsessed with whatever he's doing at that particular time. What started out as a 3-hour video incorporating maybe 30 artists ended up being a 12.5-hour, 3-video box set including 131 artists. And now, here we are, another 3 years later, it's 6 DVDs and 20 hours of viewing. I mean, it's just completely crazy, but very enjoyable as well.
Hello, my name is Ian Levine. I'm the producer of The Strange World of Northern Soul. It was my baby. I put it together. I came with a lot of criticism, I came with a lot of praise. No one had ever done it before. I'm pretty sure no one could do it again. It was just too big an undertaking, but I'm very proud of it. It's trials and tribulations. It's taken 4 years to get it to DVD. Finally, it's coming out. I'm very excited about that. It will stand the test of time now because people will have it in a format of high quality and be able to treasure it for the rest of their lives. So my baby, my brainchild is finally coming home, as it were, and I'm very, very, very pleased about that. This gave me an opportunity to go back and look at the footage again. This is the making of The Strange World of Northern Soul. As a DVD collector, I know how important these extras are. not for the program itself. The program itself is there on discs 1, 2 and 3. But this, disc 6, is the making of. This is the behind the scenes. This is where we get to see all those wonderful artists and the stuff that didn't get used. Got priceless moments from so many magical Northern Soul artists that got committed to camera and never made it to the final program. In some cases, I was looking for a quote on an artist, and when I got that and was happy with it, for the artist section talking about the music, I moved on and looked for another artist. There wasn't time to look at the rest. And in fact, many priceless quotes went by because I hadn't had time with 131 artists to look at every single thing every artist had said. But now, with 4 years benefit of hindsight, we've managed to find all sorts of wonderful pieces and bring you the definitive version of the making of the strange world of Northern Soul.
Yes, yes, yes. Wake up and live, get up and give, because when you snooze, you lose, and that's one way you can blow your cool. Let's have some fun.
I still remember how the whole concept of the Strange World of Northern Soul came about. Ian and I had gone to see a movie at the Warner Village in Park Royal, and we'd gone to a place beforehand for a bite to eat, this kind of Mexican place. Ian was all over the place as it was because of the hurricanes in Miami, and he was worried about his mum. And after we'd finished sort of speaking to her on my mobile phone, he was like really tearing his hair out over that, and the fact that he hadn't really got any work on at that time. Production-wise, all his work had dried up. He wasn't really doing much creatively. The only thing he'd really done recently was a video about the story of his family, the Cookland family, and was really looking for something to get his teeth into. It was just like crossroads in his life, maybe.
This was at a strange sort of crossroads in my life because I'd had a lot of hit records up to, say, 96. I had a whole run of them, going away from soul, in a lot of cases doing Take That and Boyzone and Upside Down, all these boy bands, and it had all sort of dried up. The last big hit had been in 96 and this was 97, so we'd had a year of no hits, and I had gone away and filmed a documentary about my family, my mother's family, the Cooklands. I'd made a 4-hour documentary tracing the history of my family back 150 years, back to Russia, and I was quite artistically pleased with it. I wanted to get into documentary making, and I found I was quite good at it using the new digital technology that Sony had brought out, where you could take a little DV tape and a decent version of the camera, not these sort of commercial ones that they sell in the shops, but you can buy a decent camera for about $3 grand. And I found that by buying the cameras and the tapes, you could go out and you could make programs that were every bit as sharp technically as programs being made by the BBC or ITV. So I decided to have a go and got into this documentary making idea. Anyway, I'm sat down eating with Ralph T and I'm saying, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. What are we going to do? What am I going to do next? Have you any ideas? And he said, well, the documentary about your family is very good, but it had no wider appeal. I mean, let's be honest.
So it occurred to me, well, why not go back to his roots and trace, you know, the Northern Soul scene that he was really into, and do something along those lines. Not a particular idea at that time, but just something involving Northern Soul and those artists that I know he loved, and you know, the whole scene in general, which he'd been a big part of, right from the very start.
Wow, brilliant idea. You know, sometimes you hear those ideas and they just instantly click just like that, and you just know that something's come up. I said, I love it, let's do it. So I started phoning all my old friends, planning straight west.
In late 1997, I was co-promoting Northern Soul All-Nighters in Stoke-on-Trent at Trentham Gardens. I invited Ian Levine to come along and see what he thought of it, and he duly turned up. But to my surprise, he also had an assistant, loads of cameras, loads of lights, and spent the evening filming people, spinning, backdropping, buying records for more money than they should be sold for, and basically living the Northern Soul life. I asked what on earth he was doing, and he told me he was planning to make a film about Northern Soul. I knew he'd recently made a film about his family, so I wasn't too surprised, but I didn't really think it had been much apart from a 2-week fascination by Ian, and then someone else would take over. To my amazement, 6 months later, I found myself as co-producer of what's now become The Strange World of Northern Soul, after being promised by Ian that all that was going to happen was 28 eyes would be tracked down and a simple video would be released, and that would be it. Incredibly, I found myself caught up in the romance of 131 artists being tracked down, filmed, captured in their complete Northern Soul genius beauty.
Rolling, rolling.
By the end of '97, I was already going around filming people like Tony Rounce and Ian Palmer and Ian Ferguson from Southport, and lots of people that I knew had been around. Neil Rushton had introduced me to Ian Palmer because of the resurgence in Motor City. So I started putting interviews together, and I decided we'll make a 3-hour documentary and try and get about 30 artists on it. So of course I phoned up my old friend Edwin Starr, who I recorded, and he came down to the studio and he sang "I Have Faith in You," and we filmed him. And it was never really going to get bigger than that until I started digging. Now the thing is, when I start digging, I start getting excited. I started finding all these legendary acts that we had never found before. Acts that back in the 70s we longed to see and never got the chance. Acts that Wigan Casino wanted and never got over. Acts like Toby Legend and Dean Parrish and Sandy Sheldon and people like that. To this day we still haven't got Dean Parrish. It wasn't for lack of trying, but we did manage to find Sandy Sheldon and Toby Legend. And I think that although it might sound a bit of a silly idea to go from 30 artists to 131 artists, I think that we definitely did create something of lasting value, especially as so many of those artists have even started to pass away in the 4 years since we made it. I mean, Tommy Ridgely was dying of cancer when he filmed "My Love Is Getting Stronger," and he was dead within a month of actually performing it. And then Curtis from the Tempos, the lead singer, who did "Countdown Here I Come," he passed away shortly afterwards. Freddie Butler, who sang "That's When I Need You," he did a wonderful job in Detroit, he died. So many. Irma Franklin died, who did that fantastic rhythm, "I Get the Sweetest Feeling." Otis LaVille, who was one of the greatest influences on making the documentary. It's quite sad that these people are not immortal, and we managed to get their performances down for posterity, and I think we did something of lasting value. I am very proud of it.
It was a great privilege to track down so many of our former heroes and heroines and get them to take part in our baby, The Strange World of Northern Soul, to agree to be interviewed or to perform some of their great Northern Soul classics that meant so much to us. What we didn't realise at the time, that we're also capturing for posterity these people for the last time ever. It's only 4 years since they were filmed, but already so many of them have sadly passed away. At the time, we didn't realise just how priceless the footage would be. This would be the last time the world could see these people doing something so special.
4 years ago we made The Strange World of Northern Soul. 131 performances, a staggering 131 artists tracked down. I had an absolute strong-willed point in mind not to use more than one performance per artist, although in many cases we filmed more than one. They've sat in the can for 4 years, and now, during the making of The Strange World of Northern Soul, I decided it was time to actually edit some of them together, along with Adi Denny, who helped me make this programme, and let the people see some of these wonderful performances, including some people like Otis LaVille, who passed away and are not with us anymore. These have sat in the can for a long time, and now here they are for the very, very first time ever edited together to be seen by public eye. So we've got 14 of these during this documentary, 14 never before used, never before seen versions. A couple were used other footage, but these are 14 never before seen versions of songs from The Strange World of Northern Soul, which either didn't make it to the final cut or made it in a different form. So we're going to open with Gwen Owens, a fabulous lady from Los Angeles, very excited to track her down. Of course, you remember that in the documentary she sang Just Say You Wanted and Needed. But we also filmed her wonderful Casablanca classic, You Better Watch Out. So here for the first time is Gwen Owens singing You Better Watch Out.
So
Once we had embarked on filming The Strange World of Northern Soul, Ian and myself realised that we were actually telling the story of two parallel universes. One was a story of kids, white kids from the north of England in the 70s who'd grown up on this strange black music that onto the first surface was actually nothing to do with them. It had not only become the music of choice, for many of them it had become a complete obsession. The other universe was the people who made their records in the 60s. Just as romantic, as many of them had actually skipped school, took money from the job, saved up and made a record so they could be the next Temptations or the next Supremes, released on a tiny little label, pressed 500 copies, 350 went to a distributor, most of them have been destroyed and maybe 100 got released. Those records had surfaced in the north of England and they were prize icon possessions of the Northern Soul fans. We realised the beauty of talking about the people who collected the music but also the people who had made the records and didn't realise until we told them that they were treasured thousands of miles away.
Being that we haven't sang this song in how long?
30 years. I ain't sung it at all.
Surprise me, I remember the damn thing.
That's right.
Man, Ian got songs, he was singing songs to me I didn't even know I had. Till he started singing them. I said, oh,
The other
shit.
side is pretty.
That's why I said that.
Okay,
You never tell.
we'll just give it a go, see how well you can remember it.
Yeah, just play it. So
Okay.
then I can get into it. I ain't never heard it. Oh, I remember that.
Do you, man?
Yeah, but I don't remember it, but I remember it.
Do you really?
Yeah. Let me to believe, yeah, that you really needed my love.
The real thing about it is, I never knew that song. We wrote that song and recorded it so quick, I never got a chance to learn it. That's what's really crazy about it.
Hey.
I did it
It's
one
a
time,
big-
in the studio, how you could stop and start.
Yeah.
That's how we got it done. I never
Yeah.
knew that song. Wow.
This gave us a lot of excitement, a lot of belief, and we were very, very pleased and proud to be able to put on a very special event at Blackpool Mecca, a venue that for different reasons was close to the hearts of both Ian and myself. For the event we managed to track down various artists, including a gentleman by the name of Cleveland Horn, who wrote the Carstairs It Really Hurts Me Girl, one of the great Mecca records and a record that kind of showed the way where Northern Stompers was not just a staple diet of the Northern Soul scene. Ian's and myself's belief in what was going on was only strengthened that night, especially when we saw Cleveland wiping a tear from his eye as he sang It Really Hurts Me Girl, a song he'd written about his ex-wife and forgotten about, and had it sung back to him by hundreds of adoring fans.
I am without words. I said in the beginning, for those of you who weren't here, that for 25 years, this song was just nowhere. It took Ian Levine. It took Ian Levine to bring this record to fruition so that we might be here still before you today. Because I'm telling you, I did not know that this was going on. Look at you. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, and God bless.
Our determination to finish the job was actually strengthened a few days later when we saw that some people decided to review what had happened and actually described it as a group of black people on stage who could have been the Carstairs or might not have been. It could have been Rose Petite, it might not have been. We were actually appalled by something so nasty and so racist and so unprovoked. And if there was any doubts we wanted to make The Strange World of Northern Soul a testament to the people who made the music, it was removed once that attack on us was made.
In August 1998, my secretary, Beverly Harms, who'd worked for me for 19 years, quit on me with her husband and left with no staff. So we took an advert in the papers, Evening Standard I think it was. My cousin Daniel Glatton, who now manages the pop group Blue, was working with me at the time and he vetted all the applicants and we were looking for a new assistant. We actually found a couple A.D. Denny just came to me, fresh from Leicester, wanting a job in the music business as an assistant by the end of August of '98. By November '98, I was sending him off to America to film all these acts because he had camera skills. He'd done some kind of course and I was very impressed with him, and I decided that I couldn't spare the time to go, and I wasn't wild about that much flying either. Just bundled him on a plane, not knowing anything about the music or anything about the artist, just shoved him off and said, here you are, you've got to film all these acts.
Less than 3 months after I started working for Ian Levine, he decided to pack me off to the United States on a month-long filmathon of several Northern Soul artists that people I'd never heard of or never heard the music, didn't know anything about Northern Soul music. From the moment I stepped on the plane, I knew a lot more by the time I came back. I flew into New York. First time I've been to America, first time I've been abroad for quite some years. That's the reason I was so enthusiastic. And when I think my first victim was Shirley Alston, who was very nice to me, and I have to thank her for making me feel at home, because I didn't really know what to expect.
Of course, the problem was that we had to cram a big schedule in, and I kept adding to it. So you'd have like 4 artists in one day in New York to film, but the problem was that some of them were in New York State and some were in New York City, and there were 2-hour drives or 2.5-hour drives in between, and lots of traffic, and of course there was a lot of frustration. I remember being furious at the time because Tony Middleton had been missed, and A.D. couldn't physically get to him because he was stuck in traffic. As it happens, we were very lucky because we got the footage that was filmed of him singing Paris Blues on a live show, so we actually managed to get him in after all, even though we'd missed filming in New York. So that was not the disaster it could have been, but I was pushing him like crazy on the phone every time.
Hello? Okay.
Come on.
There is a guy from England online.
Oh yeah.
Okay, listen. Tell him we're in the middle of something. We'll be back to him and talk about maybe we better go over there. I'll take it.
I already put him in home.
Okay. Not there.
That's not my phone, is it?
No, it's
how much airplay it got, but it was a song called what was that tune? Never Thought. I never thought the day would come when I'd be losing you. Excuse me for a second.
A dark cloud that hangs over.
okay.
Okay. Oh, that's him. Might as well turn it off.
We had the footage collected by courier and it started to come back in, and Neil Rushton came around to my house and we started sitting there looking at the footage. First thing we watched was Richard Temple singing that beating rhythm, and wow, I mean, because you know we'd always, again, never known who Richard Temple was, and when we found out he was Jimmy Conwell, and then we saw him actually performing it, we got goosebumps and the magic started, and it got very exciting then to start to put things together.
When people ask me to look back on the making of The Strange World of Northern Soul and to talk about the golden moments, the things I remember most were seeing the raw footage that was being shipped over from AD that he'd filmed in the States and sent over to England. We often wondered what the people would look like, whether the footage would work, whether it was something that we could actually pass on to people. One of the most golden moments was one afternoon I actually popped into Ian's almost as an afterthought. He'd just received a package from the States and Jimmy Conwell was there performing under his alter ego Richard Temple, performing that beating rhythm. This is one of the records that as a 15, 16-year-old at the George Hotel in Warsaw, I heard and actually changed my life, and one of the things that made me get involved in music for most of my adult working career. It really was an incredible moment that brought a tear to the eye.
Watch me work.
Just keep going through the fade.
I wish I knew how to do all those dances again. The skate used to go something like this.
You can try that if you want.
Oh man, I look so crazy trying to do it. The jerk. How did they do the jerk? Something like that.
Something like that.
Oh, you probably can find some people that's really doing it again.
Leandros and the Hearts made doo-wop records in the 1950s. You would think they'd be old and haggard, and yet look at them. They came for the Strange World of Northern Soul in tuxedos, dicky bows, all looking slick, looking like the Temptations of the Four Tops with their dance moves. Fantastic. And all the footage that came back that needed a lot of editing, the Leandros footage spoke for itself. It looked perfect without even touching it. Of course, we used Nevertheless in the Strange World of Northern Soul, but we also filmed I've Had It, another record that reminds me of my old friend Leslie Kell so much. So it's marvellous to be able to edit this together. Here we are, for the first time ever, on video, Leandros and the Hearts singing I've Had It. In some cases, AD had enough time to do very lavish versions where you could shoot 5 or 6 takes of a song, you get a great video out of it. But in other cases, things like the Olympics doing Baby Do the Philly Dog and Johnny Moore doing Walk Like a Man, he had 2 cameras with him and they only did the songs twice, there was only time, so he just had to point the cameras at the artist, do the 3.5-minute version straight through, readjust the camera, do it through again, and then he had to go off to the next appointment. So we only had 4 different angles in some cases, 2 takes, 2 cameras, 4 angles to make a whole video out of, and we had to do the best we could, and that's where the special effects came into it. I must mention here a guy in Newcastle, Peter Finkelstone, who's a Doctor Who fan, who's an excellent video editor, who came up with this flow motion idea, doing the sort of kaleidoscope effects to add some colour and some image to it. And whether we overused it or not, the fact is we did manage to transcend people's living rooms and manage to at least give them a bit of class and style and make it look worthy of going onto a DVD. So it was a great achievement to go and get so many artists filmed. I mean, 131 artists over 2 years, you think about it. And I think 28 different cities in America. And there's some marvellous moments like the Massachusetts shoreline on a bright blue sky day with the sea looking at clear azure blue as well. Fantastic footage.
So let me just move this one. Yeah, so you can swim that.
for the wonderful touch of your lips, the wonderful warmth of desire, for the sweet tender nights and your kisses, setting my soul on fire. Baby, love is a dream come true. Love is a girl like you. Love is a dream come true. Love is a girl like you. Do 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 do. Love knows no limits, baby. It's sweet, and yet there's heartache. Love is a power, baby.
Okay. Ready? Looking great.
Sweet love is...
It wasn't always that good. I mean, you know, Theresa Lindsay, who originally had thrown the headphones down in a fit of pique and say, I'm not going to sing this song anymore, you know, she's refusing to do it. And then it took me 3 months to persuade her to do it, and we finally went back and filmed her again. I mean, at the end of the day, she's filming it in her own living room with some net curtains behind her. I mean, how glamorous can you make a pair of net curtains look? But we tried, we did our best.
I've never sang a song that I recorded ever on stage. I hate to tell you, I never really liked them. I find it extremely difficult to comprehend the fact that I'll Bet You is still being played somewhere in this world. The Jackson 5 did it, you know, but they're not the only ones. The Parliaments did it, the Funkadelics did it. I don't know, must be something to that song. Something that I'm not aware of. I don't know. What can I say? Sugar Mountain was a song that I hated that song. Hated it. I hated it because it wasn't for me in the first place. It was for another singer. And for some strange reason, she wasn't hearing it. And I think I was hearing it, or the studio thought I was hearing it, and they had me to put it down. And after I put it down, they liked it. And then they gave it to me. Ooh, and I shut it. What can I say? I didn't dislike I'll Bet You. When I first did I Bet You, I thought I Bet You was just hip. I thought it was just something on the line of how I saw myself. But they never seemed to be able to capture me after that. They sent me to Van McCoy, and Van McCoy wrote a song for me. I forgot the name of it, but I recorded it. I didn't like it. Because I'm being honest. You want me to lie? I can lie, you know. Oh, I loved I'll Bet You. But I did like I Bet You. But Sugar Mountain,
What would you have liked it?
See, one time I heard Pat and J.J. Barnes in a studio putting together a song that they had written. And I just, I loved that song. I loved it. See, it seemed like everybody else who would record, they would come along with songs that I personally would have loved to record, but it never happened. Just never happened. And the last song I recorded was a country western song, Jimmy Rogers. To all of my fans, to all of those who love Northern Soul, thank you, darling.
Can you say that again without smashing the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, okay. To those of you who like I'll Bet You, thank you. Thank you very much. What can I say? I'm just thrilled.
When we edited The Strange Will and Northern Soul together, there were two entire chunks that didn't make it for different reasons. One of those, about the midweek venues, didn't make it because we were running too long and I was looking for anything to take out. Part 1 and 2 were okay, but part 3 was running so desperately long, it was over 5 hours, and we couldn't fit it on a tape if it was more than 4 hours and 10 minutes, so I had to get it down to 4 hours and 10 minutes. I had to do come what may to get it down to length. So several things had to go. Lots of interviews went, The whole Motor City section got chopped down, and this complete section of midweek venues got taken out completely, never to be seen. But the other one was more interesting because the other one was of something that we took an artistic decision not to include, and we will see that later in this documentary. We'll come back to that one. That was a thing called All Points Bulletin. But for now, we're going to look at an entire section that didn't make it to the final documentary purely because of the time factor. This is people talking about going to Northern Soul venues midweek as opposed to the weekend, the midweek venues. So here we are, for the first time ever, restored to how it should have been, the section from The Strange World of Northern Soul, which is its original opening ident and everything about the midweek venues.
I went to Sale on Darwin on a Wednesday, Sale on a Thursday, Tiffany's in Newcastle under Lyme on a Sunday. Those records were my life, they were my passion.
There were a variety of clubs that opened their doors during the week. Obviously the casino was, I think was open on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday for soul days. But there was one that we used to go to, the Sale Mecca in Sale, funny enough. And that was a venue that people would go to. I mean, people from Blackpool would go to Manchester on a midweek night just to hear the sounds. And it evolved. You could literally go to a club nearly every night of the week, which perhaps was detrimental to the scene in the end because it diluted the sense of occasion.
Ian Levine used to take us to all these different venues, and he had the cheek to ask us for petrol money. But we didn't mind really because it was a chance to hear the latest sounds.
Ginger and myself were DJing at the Burnley Mecca Thursday nights and Sunday nights. And I can't remember exactly how this happened, but we were given the fortunate situation where we had the guys from the Wing Casino, Richard and Russ, playing with us on a Thursday night, and Ian Levine playing with us on a Sunday night. And that must have been the envy of every soul promoter in the country, because as far as I'm aware at that point in time, there was no way that you were going to get those two factions playing at one venue. The big hitters were on our side and we couldn't go wrong because we were feeding off both sets of DJs and they're getting the best of both worlds.
Here's the mad and manic Bobby Paris, who amazed everybody when he came over for the premiere of The Strange World of Northern Soul, and I don't think anybody was quite ready for the real Bobby Paris. We did 3 recordings on him, we used personally in the documentary. Probably wasn't the best one to use, but Pete Waterman gave such a lovely lead into it, I decided we should use personally as the one of the 3. But of course my favourite was I Walked Away. Annie sang it and he did a fabulous version, and here it is for the first time, Bobby Paris and I Walked Away.
I'm walking down this lonely avenue. The picture of your face keeps coming through. I know I won't forget what I did today, yeah. Oh, I walked away. The look of sad surprise in your eyes, and all that you could ask was why, oh why. But when a love has ended, what's there to say? Yeah. Oh, I walked away. There's nothing colder than goodbye. I didn't want to make you cry. I almost couldn't do it. I could have put you through it. You told me that you loved me. Hey, hey, yeah. use pretending. Hey, there ain't no happy ending. No, no, no. No, no, baby. No, no, no. No, no, baby. No, no, no. No, no, baby. No, no, no.
Hi, I'm Dee Dee Sharp. Some people know me as Dee Dee Sharp Gamble. I prefer Dee Dee Sharp. So I want to talk about working with Kenny. Well, first of all, I was married to Kenneth Gamble for more years than I care to remember. Anyway, Kenneth's a nice guy, you know, he's okay. How did that happen? Well, right here in this, not in this particular studio, but at the old Cameo, Parkway, Joe Tasha introduced me to Kenneth. Kenneth was a writer. He and Jerry Ross. At the time, I was engaged to Muhammad Ali, who wasn't Muhammad Ali then, he was Cassius Clay then. So I could have cared less about meeting anybody, but Joe said, he's a really good songwriter, Dee Dee, and maybe, you know, he can do some songs for you. I'm like, yeah, right, maybe. You know, my usual, I don't really want to be here routine. I probably would have preferred being at home with a good book and a cup of coffee, that's me. So I said, okay, so I met him, and Kenneth and I started dating. I was told, don't marry this man, okay? But being the individual that I am, I said, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I see something in this man that you don't see. I knew that one day Kenneth would be a great writer. Kenneth got the job at Cameo Parkway because I threatened to quit and leave the record company if Vernee Lowe did not hire this man. At the time, there were no black men writers at Cameo. The only black man that was at Cameo was a man by the name of Earl Shelton, and at that time, he worked as a stock boy. Later, Earl became chief administrator for Gamble and Huff. Kenneth was a very quiet person. I think that the business really, really went to his head. Have I always been God-fearing? Yes. Have I always believed in the Bible? Yes. Have I always said to myself, there is a higher power that I must answer to, so I have to walk a circumspect line in order to reach that goal. But that, again, was my upbringing, because I came from a religious background. My mother's father was a Baptist minister, so I didn't know anything other than church and living a clean life. Kenneth, on the other hand, again, I think the pressure, peer pressure, got to Kenneth. And let's make this very clear. I have been completely written out of the Gamble and Huff history, which is fine. I have no problem with it at all. Because the way I look at it, God knows the truth. Kenneth knows the truth. I know the truth. And a whole lot of other people know the truth.
Love, love, love. Love is quite a few things. Some people say it's a magnetic force of infatuated energies, sometimes confused as temporary insanity. However, I'm sure you have your definition for love just as others have their definition for love. But when you listen to love, 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 I think you'll see that love is a girl just like you.
Interesting situation, interesting change of events, but I believe that God had a better plan for me. And now, yeah, I'm sort of like coasting. This is the time when you can more or less expand and thank God that you're around and thank God that you can do other things. Singing, I wouldn't do anything but sing. I mean, I literally love to sing. Writing and arranging, that's fun too. Finding new young producers to assist me with that, it's a little difficult sometimes because of the Gamble scenario, all right? I think they tend to feel that I'm going to do them the same way he did, and that ain't happening.
In fact, I'll tell you another story about him and another female singer, Diana Ross. You know, he had asked Diana Ross to marry him. See, nobody really knew that. You know, they were going together for a while. You know.
See, all cameras fixed. Come on.
Yeah. And when we were in Chicago with them, and they were going back. They didn't have any hit records, and they were going back to Detroit. They were going to make a record, and I said, "Well, what's the name of the record?" And they said, "Well, something like Baby Where'd Our Love Go?" And they sang it for us in the dressing room. And since then, after that, it was history. You know, they sang that right there in the dressing room for us. Baby, baby, where did our love go? And they were gone.
I wrote part of that song too.
Yeah, you wrote part of that song. You left. She was singing to you. Yeah.
Yeah, it is said that he divorced me, but you see, in the state of Pennsylvania, this is a Quaker state. The Quakers in this state do not allow or do not like adultery. The one thing that a Baptist child does not appreciate is adultery. I'm strict Baptist. You do not commit adultery and get away with it. You just don't. That was the reason for the divorce.
London, la 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 me. I love you.
La La means I love you to all the lovely people in London.
Northern Star.
Delfonics from Philadelphia.
Northern Soul.
Sitting in our home, Northern Soul is what's happening.
Maxine Brown is another one of those singers that's been around for nearly 40 years but looks as if she couldn't possibly have been born when her records came out. She looks fabulous, she's so glamorous and wonderful. And of course we used One in a Million in the documentary, and that was a shame because that had to be cut down a bit because it was the whole part 3 was running too long and I hated having to take chunks out. We also filmed one of my favourite records, Let Me Give You My Loving, which when I was a teenager I compiled an album for Pi Records called Solid Soul Sensations, which went in the pop charts. And Let Me Give You My Loving was one of those Scepter 1 tracks I used on it. So it's now wonderful to be able to edit the footage together and bring you Maxine Brown, Let Me Give You My Loving.
Since the day I set my eyes upon you, this old heart of mine ain't been the same. Your tender kisses put me through some changes. I fall out when I hear your name. Let me give you my loving. Let me give you my love, darling. I'll be your slave for the rest of my days. My baby. I've got to make you feel the same. All right. It's all right. I'm in need of your loving, 'cause I've got it so bad. It's driving me mad. And I want you to know that I can't let it go. No, 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 I'll be your slave for the rest of my days. My baby. I've got to make you feel the Let me give you my loving, baby. I've got to hold you. Let me give you to prove that it's
Originally we hoped to use the original recordings, the records that we'd grown up on, that had got us intoxicated with this strange thing called Northern Soul on the film. Unfortunately, when we looked into the legalities of it, it would have cost us £1,000 a time to include each song along with the performance of the artist. That alone would have meant payments of £131,000. It would have made the whole project absolutely, completely unviable. We therefore decided that rather than give in, we'd take a second option and record the songs ourselves.
To use the original versions, first of all we wouldn't have gotten all the rights cleared, and in the cases where we did, of major labels like Warner Brothers and Universal, it would have cost at least £1,000 per song to have licensed them in and used them in a video and DVD. So that would have cost, you'd have to be a great mathematician to work out 131 artists would have been £131,000 more or less. It would never have got made. There was no kind of budget. We made the thing with love on a shoestring and a wing and a prayer and put it together. So of course the only way we could do it cost effectively is to re-record the songs. So off trooped my assistant A.D. Denny to America with a little portable video camera and a little microphone, pinned it onto the artists.
And recorded all these artists listening to the playback of the original record and singing live, and then brought the resulting performance back to me. Now, of course, because they were sung to the original records, and the original records were recorded live, the tempos didn't stay in a strict computer-like manner. They keep changing time all the time. So my job was to take these vocals, to try and recreate the sound of the original records behind them, and get the whole thing to work in sync with their vocal. And this is not as easy as it sounds, because using computer technology, the computer tends to run at an exact speed. So if the song starts at 120 beats per minute, it stays at 120 beats per minute. These songs could start at 120 and end up at 140 sometimes, 130, and they keep speeding up and slowing down. This was part of the excitement of some of these old records. So it's not an easy job, but I think we managed to do the job pretty well in the end.
One of the problems I know Ian had with the making of The Strange World of Northern Soul was with the music, because to go and license many of those original recordings were going to cost a fortune. They were either tied up with major labels, or they were with artists, or they were lost. So the combination of trying to get the original tracks or trying to find the original tracks was just an immense problem. And I know one of the ways that Ian got around that was to re-record many of the tracks to sound as close to the originals as they could. So for me, one of the most amazing things about the whole project was that within 2 years that so many artists were found, their music re-recorded, there were videos, it was all strung together. Ian toured the country speaking to DJs, filming at venues. To do that in such a short period of time, incredible.
Making the musical backing tracks fit to the video performances of these Northern Soul artists is quite a tricky process. Also, the vocals were recorded on a little microphone like the one I'm wearing, and quite often this resulted in a certain amount of distortion. A lot of these singers have fantastic voices with a lot of power, and they can go from very low levels to very high screaming vocals, and the little microphones have a job to cope with these big dynamic ranges. So quite often the vocals end up slightly distorted, but when you consider that a lot of the early records also were distorted, something about the character of those original performances comes through. So in the end, it was probably quite a good thing that they were recorded in that way and not with too professional equipment.
Go on out and have a celebration. Tell everybody how you want my love. With beautiful words, you had a strong conversation to win the title you're so worthy of. I didn't stand a chance since you broke my heart. You tore it apart, and someone's gonna do you just like you did me. Someone's gonna hurt you just like you did me.
Though you've been down before, you know that you be up again. Though you hear them say no, you know that you win in the end. 'Cause times are better. Times are better. And if they knock you down, the answer is easily found. You've got to try harder. You've got to try harder and harder. You've got to try harder. You will surely succeed if you simply believe.
Baby, is I gonna get tired of waiting around for me? Now if I get a change of job, a loner I'm gonna be. Waiting for a call from the agency, hoping they have found a part-time job for me. I got to ham on tap to see my baby, ham on tap to see my baby, ham on tap to see my sugar baby, yeah, my sugar baby, yeah.
These days, records are made quite often more from a computer than anything else, and the process involves a system that one I use is called Audio Logic. The computer will record audio, it will record live instruments, but it will also play samples from a keyboard. You can play a string section from a keyboard. You have a recording of violins playing an A, you press the A key on the keyboard, and a violin section plays that note. You can play a bass, you can play a drum, you can play anything from that keyboard via the computer, and the computer will store it all together, put it all together. You can now mix in the computer. In fact, a computer now almost is a complete recording station, in a studio in itself. The technology is so different from the days when a lot of the original recordings were made, when quite often the whole thing had to be done as one live performance in one go. The singer sang, the orchestra played all at the same time. If one person made a mistake, the whole thing had to stop and start again. You couldn't just cut in and start again today. Even if you're recording a vocal, somebody makes a mistake, you can just stop, go back. You can even these days take a word from one part of the recording and move it to another part of the recording. All these things weren't possible in the old days. And when you listen to those records and hear how fantastic they sound, you realize how good those artists were compared to the technology today, which makes it so simple.
Well, Where I'm Not Wanted was how I used to do songs is that my songwriting partner and I, you know, if there was a song that we wrote together or whether it was a song I wrote by myself, we do a track on it and to see, you know, how the song is going to turn out. And Where I'm Not Wanted was one of those songs that we just did a basic track. You know, you have a little time after you've done something seriously that you want to record, and you have a little time left, and the musicians are there, and you know, they're showing the song right quick, and you run through it. You know, one time basically. That's it. You know, you'd be singing along with the rhythm section playing, and that's it. You just do it, and that way, at least you can listen back to it and see if it's worth. Does it inspire you to go on? Well, what happens if you do that for 10 or 11 or 12, 13, 14, 15 songs, naturally everyone is not going to get picked. You know, folks are going to hear it and say, well, we like this one better. Why don't you concentrate on this? We like that one better. So that was one of those songs that didn't get necessarily chosen to be a single record, and you just move on and concentrate only on those. But when the Northern Soul audience heard it, they kind of went crazy over it. You know, matter of fact, I had forgot about it, but they didn't. They said, "Do you remember?" I remember. I'm over there working. They said, "Do you remember a song you did called Where I'm Not Wanted?" Well, it's very, very popular. I said, Let me think now, Where I'm Not Wanted. I said, give me a little bit of, I'm not going to a place where I'm not wanted. I said, that one?
And when I did it that very first time in Yarmouth, we were all crying. I was crying, the audience was crying, everybody was just crying. But it was wonderful, it was absolutely wonderful. And they introduced me to a tune that I had no idea I'd recorded, which was very funny because they played it, they had all of the DJs were piped into all of the trailer rooms or little bungalows. We stayed there on the site. And so a different DJ played about every 2 hours or whatever. From all over England, there were DJs. And they played this tune called Happiness Will Only Cost You One Thin Dime or something like that. Anyway, they said that we've been waiting for you to come because we want to know if this was you. So they played it, and I said, it sounds, that's embarrassing. I mean, it sounds like me, but I had no idea it was me. So they kept playing it. Every jock that came on played it. And then I said, oh, I remember one day I was walking down the street in New York, and Luther Dixon called me in and asked me to just put my voice on this tune. And the tune went on to Scepter's, he was with Scepter at that time. The tune went on to their warehouse, the warehouse caught on fire. That was one of the tunes that was saved. All it had on it was Luther Dixon's name, no voice, no vocal, nothing, so no one really knew it. I was very flattered that someone had recognized my voice on it. I didn't recognize my voice, so I was very flattered. But it was a lot of things like that happened that first time. It was a wonderful experience.
Stuff like this here, that's the kind of beat it had on it.
Yeah.
Like Jackie Wilson, just kind of things he would do. And that's what I'm thinking about. Should I keep bouncing?
Yeah, go ahead and bounce some. Give him some more dancing to cut to.
Oh man!
Tell us the story when you're abroad and they came up to you with some 45s. What was something about?
Okay, when I was in Utrecht.
Okay.
And we were doing a concert, and I had some friends of mine that come from England, London. They came up to me and they had these 45s, and they were asking for autographs. And the 45s like I haven't seen in years. Things that was obsolete. And they were saying, Herbert, would you autograph this? And it was just so great to see the label I didn't know the label even. I mean, I didn't know the 45 still existed. And these people had 45s and asking me to autograph them and things. And they were asking me to come to London and to perform for them there. And it would just be a great honor just to go there to actually really perform for the people in London. Because I tell you, it would be just fantastic. I'm trying to think what else to say.
We filmed P.P. Arnold on 2 songs originally. We filmed her on Everything's Gonna Be Alright for The Strange World of Northern Soul, and her version of the old Jerry Granger classic, I Go to Pieces Every Time, which she asked to do because Russ Winstanley had introduced her to it, and I thought it was a great idea to do it and film it. So we filmed the 2 songs. Pat, P.P. Arnold, we call her Pat, didn't like the footage of Everything's Gonna Be Alright. So we scrapped the video of that, which we're going to see later. And we went out to Gunnersbury Park in Chiswick and we filmed a fabulous video on a sunny day by these great ionic columns of Everything's Gonna Be Alright. But then of course we had all the footage in the studio of I Go to Pieces Every Time, which I thought was very good. We did some very interesting angles on it. So we've now edited it, so you're going to see for the very first time P.P. Arnold singing I Go to Pieces.
Laugh and talk, solve the problems of the world. People would stop, they would say, perfect pair, that guy and girl. Now I can't live without you, I'm only half without you. I go to pieces every time two lovers walk on by. Suddenly I see you and I'm done. I go to pieces every time my mind starts to speak. Soon you'll see a tear hit my cheek like a cloud. I watch the wind turn the leaves like the love you turned away. Oh, but I'm still a fool who believes you'll return to me one day. Oh, but honey, it's getting cold out. Hurry up, I can't hold out. I go to pieces every time I leave. Tumbles down, I remember you're not around anymore. I go to pieces every time the wind rushes in. I recall the way you and I were before. I go to pieces every time two lovers walk on by. Suddenly I see you and I'm We used to walk, laugh and talk, solve the problems of the world. People would stop, they would say, perfect pair, that guy and girl. Now I can't live without you, I'm only half without you. I go to pieces every time two lovers walk on by. Suddenly I see you and I'm done. I go to pieces every
You've been playing the game along. I don't think I can play it and sing at the same time. I never played and sang at the same time, except drums.
Yeah.
Drums, no problem. You know, I can play drums in my sleep and eating or anything, you know, but keyboard, I always, you know, something about it. You know? So maybe I won't play any of it.
I was trying to do the Strange World of Northern Soul on my own and completely ran out of money. I'd used everything I could muster together, even using my mother's credit cards to pay for the tickets to send Adi over to America. I mean, I think there were 7 trips in all, and it's one of those trips alone, I think we went to like 12 different cities. I did count up, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there were 28 different cities in America. So it was pretty expensive. I mean, we were putting on people's goodwill, to be honest. Kim Weston put him up in Los Angeles. Pat Lewis put him up in Detroit. Otis Neville put him up in Chicago. Weldon McDougall's friend Dave Brown, who's a bit of an archivist of Philly music, put him up in Philadelphia. Jessica Wecker, a big Northern Soul fan in New York, put him up at her place when he was in New York and drove him around. Lots of people believed in what we were doing and pitched in, and I'm very, very grateful that they did, because it wouldn't have got made otherwise. I mean, there wasn't the budget to make it.
Whilst I was in Detroit, I stayed with Pat Lewis, a singer that Ian's known for years, apparently. I actually stayed with Pat Lewis's sons, who were most amusing. I could not understand a word they said, because they had this kind of Detroit rapper drawl that they all talked in, and I really couldn't understand them, but they seemed to understand each other fine. But they showed me around. It was really bad weather at the time. Good few feet of snow. They had storm warnings, and Ian was sending me out every hour of the day, going to try and find someone to film. But it wasn't all that bad, because Pat Lewis knew pretty much everyone in the area who I was going to film. I remember we were on our way to interview the Dynamics, and Pat's son Mickey was driving me around in Pat's car, and we stopped at the lights, and the next thing I knew, some car had rear-ended us. Scariest thing, I've never been in a car accident before, and you know, it all goes slow motion. We managed to, when we stopped spinning and our heads had stopped rattling, we got out expecting to, you know, well, I was expecting to exchange insurance information, etc. But the other driver just seemed to look at us and then drove off. He was driving a huge car as well, but it was far more badly damaged than Pat's car. But Pat's car was pretty much a write-off. And probably turned out for the best, because I do believe that, I'm hoping that Pat's son had a license, but I know he didn't have insurance either.
That wonderful Detroit diva, Pat Lewis, the artist who I've actually made more records on than any other artist in my entire career. The song we were going to use in The Strange World of Northern Soul was Look at What I Almost Missed. She came over for the Blackpool Mecca reunion, she sang it live on stage, we filmed it in the studio, we edited it, and that was all going to be. Then she came back to England a second time, and everybody was saying we should have done No One to Love, not Look at What I Almost Missed. So I thought, okay, we'll go with No One to Love. And we did a fabulous video of that, part of which was shot in Detroit by Adi out in the snow, and she was in the middle of a snowstorm. But what happened to that original video, Look at What I Almost Missed? I mean, we made it first and we never used it. It's sat in the can all these years. So here for the very first time, the video originally for The Strange World of Northern Soul of Pat Lewis, Look at What I Almost Missed.
To right or wrong, I had to carry on. I couldn't cut you loose. The curiosity killed the cat. Satisfaction sure brought him back. And baby, I'm satisfied. So glad that I didn't resist. Look at what I almost missed. I'm so glad, oh yeah. Just take a look at what I almost missed now. The curiosity killed the cat. Satisfaction sure brought him back. And baby, I'm satisfied. So glad that I didn't resist. Look at what I almost missed. I'm so glad, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm so glad, I'm so glad. Just take a look at what I almost missed.
Hi, my name is Wenzel Kelly.
Hi, I'm Willie Ford.
And I'm L.J. Reynolds.
And I'm Ron Bass. And we're missing one member tonight, Mr. Lenny Mays, due to illness to his mother. But he sends his love and he's here with us too.
We're the Dramatics.
And you know what?
We are here to entertain you. That's what we're doing. We are here to entertain you. So people, take your seats and get ready for a treat. Cause we're ready to do what? To get on with the show. Now to get on with the show.
All right.
Oh man, it's been a long time. Hey Ryan, you got another guest, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I want to make sure we tell them about the new stuff we're doing too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's what this is, an informative program. This is Dramatics
Right.
from Detroit, Michigan, the Motown sound, all the way down.
where it's
loving you, playing you, being with you, loving you, you know? But we're currently, like you see right now, we're at Vanguard Studios here in Oak Park, right outside of Detroit, Michigan.
Mike Powell Studio.
Mike Powell
Producer
Studio.
Anita Baker.
Yeah, Chapter 8. And we're currently in session now, and we will be doing tonight. We're working on a song with L.J. Reynolds on his album that you should look forward to seeing, and it includes the Dramatics and a whole lot of other people on it. And we're going to the session for the Dramatics album. What, in about 10 days? About 10 days.
Well, the 15th. Today is the 9th, so we're looking at about 6 days.
About 6 days. Countdown is on, fellas. You better be ready.
And now how about that guest?
That's it. 1966 is when the song Inky Dinky Wang Dang Doo came out, right? And so in Detroit, music was on. It's always been on for the Motown sound. And you remember Smokey Robinson had a song like this, come on, do the jerk. Come on, do the jerk. So they was jerk, yeah. So they were jerking all over the world. I'm quite certain y'all jerk right there in England as well. Well, in Detroit, we got a special way that we do music and a special way that we dance. So we started this thing that they call the cool jerk, right? Is it doom, boom, 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 doom, doom, doom. You know what song I'm talking about, right? So thought this be a perfect time to bring in one of our great friends, man, because that song was a huge song and very representative to music that came out of Detroit, Michigan. I'm gonna bring you somebody special for you. My main man from the Capitals, Don Stovall. Hey, Don, come on in here.
I don't do it.
I tried it, I didn't play it. What's up, Donnie?
Fine, how are you, Ron?
I'm fine, man. My God, my God, my God, my God. Look at here. Don, you know, we're sitting here trying to capture maybe some years. It'd be hard for even the audience that's listening or watching to really understand the value that it brought to you in your life, my life, even for our families' lives. But what was it like the year, better than that, not the year that it came out, what was it like when you were in the studio recording Cool Jerk? Did you know at that time that it was a hit record?
You know, Ryan, no. I felt good.
Felt good?
I felt good, but no, I didn't know. And I had this feeling that it could happen.
You said it could happen?
It could happen, and at that time, that was the thing, the jerk.
You know, that's somewhat how we felt when what you see, we cut what you see is what you get. We were praying, man. But Cool Jerk, man, when I heard it, and it's from a fan and a friend. But when the first time I heard Cool Jerk, I said, man, that's a smash. It's gonna be a smash, I know it is. And you know who I think I might have been sitting there looking at when I heard that song? One of my greatest friends, and oh man, she's like a big sister to me. She was the youngest artist at Golden World Records when we joined it. And then when we came in, we became the youngest artist, so she was glad to see us come. But please, if you will, let me bring on Pat Lewis with us. Pat, come here, Pat, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Pat, I was asking him how it felt when he heard it in the studio. Now, you must tell us this though. What was that feeling like when you first realized that Cool Jerk was a smash, gold record, and the world loved it? How did that feel?
It was frightening. You know, it's like it's like you wake up the next day and you realize that you have a big record. Oh, yeah. And when it happened, it took us by surprise. We weren't ready for the fame, but we adjusted, and eventually we went there.
You know, God is a blessing God, and you know, through all the trial and tribulation it took you to get to that point, you hadn't prepared yourself maybe for the success that it eventually brought you. But you took it from that point, you and the fellas, and you represented Detroit real well with that one all over the world. I had a chance to catch y'all up at the Uptown in Philadelphia, and they had them on the show with, I think, the Intruders, Pat, and it was a whole bunch of other groups.
Yes, it was.
Man, can I tell you something? I was really proud of Detroit one more time, man, because when it hit boom, ba-doo-dum-dum, it was over then. The game was called because of rain, because the Capitals came through in great form.
Ron, let me say something. This song, what's the name of that song that's so big on Northern Soul singing?
Oh yeah.
Ain't that terrible?
Ain't that terrible?
Ain't that terrible?
That's like the Inky Dinky Wing Dang Do thing, anything?
Ain't that terrible?
Double. How does it go? I mean, which song was it? Because I mean, I'm a fan. I just need to know which one it was.
Wait a minute, maybe we can get just a little bit of
it. A little bit? Can we get a little lick of it on here? Oh, I'm quite certain they already know about it over there. Yeah.
Yeah, if we fan somebody, we'll get a little bit of it.
Okay, that was good. When did you find out that this particular selection was a hit record over abroad, over in England?
There it is. There it is.
Oh, Mustang Sally, her now, I was talking in the alley now. Show now.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it, Ron. That's it.
Well, see,
I love it.
You know what's great about that? I'll tell you what's great about it. You started it off real great with the first lyric. You said Mustang Sally. It was over after that part, baby. They understand.
Yes, it was.
Get out of here.
This was before Cool Jerk.
Before Cool Jerk.
Yeah, and I mean, and it is such, I mean, they actually live this today. I can't wait until, why don't you tell them about some of your future plans, the Capitol's future plans.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
As of now, unfortunately, 2 of the Capitals are deceased, and I have begun to form another group shortly, we will be back out there. In fact, we're working on rehearsals, getting things together, and soon.
Hey man, listen, let me tell you something. It's one thing about you that I used to always enjoy, that I used to sit back and watch it too. Especially when Squirrel, Larry Dempsey, used to sing What Else Was With You. I sat there and I used to watch down and I said, well, you know what? He's an entertainer. And I said, and that's what it's really all about. And if you have that in your heart to do, I know that you'll be properly received all over the world, because you can still cool jerk all over the world.
Oh yeah.
One
We're
more
gonna
time,
give 'em back.
one more time, Mr. Donald Stovall. One time, do it for me, Don.
Thank you.
Cool jerk.
Oh,
come on.
okay.
Ow. Hey.
There it is.
Northern Soul coming at you from the USA.
Thank you.
The second of our deleted sections from The Strange World of Northern Soul dealt with an act called All Points Bulletin. Neil Rushton and I decided to put an act together that was going to take Northern Soul out to the masses again in a new way. We did not want to do a Wiggins Ovation. We did not want to do one of these kind of white pop acts that denigrated Northern Soul. We found this white singer in his late 20s who to me and to Neil sounded like Dean Parrish, a guy called Steve Brookstein, an amazing, amazing singer. One of the best voices I've ever heard. In fact, he's actually been singing on these recent productions I've done for Ebony Lane, which we did a 7-inch on the OK label. He's even been singing backing vocals on that. He's a great singer. We put a band together called All Points Bulletin, featuring Steve Brookstein, and the idea was to assimilate, not for the Northern Soul scene, I hasten to add, because the Northern Soul scene would have turned its nose up at it, but in a way to take the essence of Northern Soul to a wider audience. That's what we decided to do. Remember, this was the late 90s and we felt it was time for a resurgence, so we put this band together called All Points Bulletin. They did a couple of covers. They did Dean Parrish's I'm On My Way, they did Reuben's You've Been Away, and they also did a version of Lucky Number, the Ronnie McNear song. So we filmed these on video and we put a whole section together for The Strange World of Northern Soul. It was quite a good section, it contained 2 songs, him doing both Lucky Number and I'm On My Way, and it was all ready to go. I felt uneasy about it, and Neil started to share my views, because a documentary about Northern Soul, we knew that we were leaving ourselves open to criticism if we showed a new white act being treated as taking Northern Soul to the masses. Because what had become a documentary about Northern Soul, originally, the original idea that was supposed to be 3 hours long, made with 30 artists, had become the Encyclopedia Britannica of Northern Soul, which was 12.5 hours long and 131 artists. And in that, the people that we're appealing to would not really have got the point of All Points Bulletin, so we took it out. Sadly, regretfully, completely took it out. But I still think it has a lot of merit. And as this is The Strange World of Northern Soul, what would have been, looking at all the sections that didn't make it, this had to be included. So this is a whole section, All Points Bulletin, should have been in the documentary and wasn't. And even if we get criticised now for doing it, I mean, 4 years ago we took the thing out. All I'm doing now is restoring it into the making of The Strange World of Northern Soul as a section that was definitely going to be in and ended up being left out of the final cut. But it wasn't left out for time reasons, it was left out for the fact that I didn't think the Northern Soul scene would really have taken to it. So here we are, have a look, make your own mind up, judge for yourself. He's a great singer anyway. All Points Bulletin featuring Steve Brookstein.
When I got back into Northern Soul as a fan, I said I wouldn't use any of my experience in the record industry to get professionally involved. I didn't want to touch my hobby with my job. However, that's changed. One of the most exciting things that I'm involved with is an artist, Stephen Brookstein. He's a white singer. He sounds like Dean Parrish, and the idea is that Stephen's going to front a band.
There have been bands that have done the Memphis sort of thing, but really what we're going to be about is the Chicago, the Philadelphia, Detroit sort of sound, which is a lot more smooth, a lot more, I don't know, warmer. You know, so that's what it's going to be about.
You're here today, then you're gone tomorrow, oh yeah. You're buzzing round the guy like a bee around a flower, oh yeah. You've done it before, no, can't take it anymore. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight, I'm on my way, you're up on my mind, catch me if you can.
No, I was really pleased to do some Northern Soul because I've been doing a lot of stuff that really didn't suit my vocal, so I was really quite excited about doing the the Northern Soul sort of situation. There's not that sort of thing going on at the moment, and I know there's people out there that want to hear it. So yeah, it's good. Hopefully it's going to turn out to be really, really good.
Amongst other things, he's going to be covering some Northern Soul records, but doing new songs that have all the energy, all the fervour, and all the passion of some of the great records that are that kind of distill all the virtues of Northern Soul.
I mean, you had the great Northern Soul clubs of the past, like the Wheel, Mecca, Torch, and the Wigan Casino, which are all really good clubs. And what we're trying to do is find a way of bringing that sort of thing back into the 90s, because the clubs really didn't get, it was all underground, so I mean you really didn't get the chance to get the airplay and get it out to the masses. So in the 90s we're going to, although it's bringing it back as such, a lot of it has never been seen, so it's really a new sense of life for the market. I mean, I consider myself to be a soul singer, foremost. So I mean, back in the 70s, a lot of the bands that were doing it, they were, there's the white pop singers that were coming along, and that's what made it sound, well, wrong. So now, I mean, Dean Parrish, I mean, he was a white guy, but I mean, I never knew that. I mean, he sounds so black, it's unbelievable. So, I mean, that's what I am, is just a soul singer. So, I mean, hopefully that's going to be the credibility behind it.
Today, then you're gone tomorrow, yeah. You're buzzing around the guy like a bee be around the flower, oh yeah. You've done it before, no, can't take it anymore. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight. I'm on my way, you're off of my mind. Catch me if you can, and don't ask how or what or where to die. I'm on my way, heading for the life of the city, gonna spin around. Find me a good city woman, gonna leave this town. Baby, I'll give you everything I ever had to give, and now I'm gonna live, live. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight. I'm on my way, you're over my mind. Catch me if you can, and don't ask how or what or where to die. I'm on my way, to the city. Baby, I'll give you everything I ever had to give, and now I'm gonna live. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight. I'm on my way, you're over my mind. Catch me if you can, and don't ask how or what or where to die. I'm on my way. You're here today, then you're gone tomorrow. Oh yeah. You buzz around the guy like a bee around the flower. Oh, you've done it before. No, can't take it anymore. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight. I'm on my way, you're over my mind. Catch me if you can, and don't ask how or what or where to die. I'm going to the city to find me a girl.
But I loved doing the Bobby Ralph things, though. I really did. It was challenging.
So you released stuff as Bob and Earl, Bobby Garrett, and Bob Ralph.
Yeah. And probably somebody else's tobacco.
Just anyone, any day.
I've been in this business a long time, man.
Do you have fond memories of England?
Oh, great memories of England. Yeah, great memories.
When's the last time you went back
72, I believe it was.
to perform?
Oh yeah. We were with a company called Contempo in '72. But we had a nice time there. I really enjoyed myself, and I love the food. No, let me straighten that out. I love the Chinese food there, and I love the Indian food.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And the Italian food.
But not enough. Yeah.
I was really happy to see a McDonald's.
Yeah?
No, not McDonald's.
Wimpy?
No, not Wimpy. I tried Wimpy though. It wasn't too bad at the time. I was really real hungry that day, and I had to try. But the chicken place, Kentucky, yeah. Oh God, when Earl and I saw, I didn't believe my eyes. We were going down it's the M1, isn't it, coming out of London, going north? Yeah, the M1. and we were going out on the road, and we passed the Kentucky Colonels, man. I didn't believe my eyes. And we did the guy who was in the car driving us, we swung around and made a U-turn in the middle of the M1. And ordered 3 buckets. and we were tossing bones. Come on.
See if this is what you want, baby. I'll give you some more milk.
I'm sure it's fine.
I don't know about that because I don't know how.
Oh, you're right.
You got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, because I have some here.
No, it's fine.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's fine. It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, we were eating chicken and throwing bones out of the M1.
Well, that's the only part. English food is the only part of the country that it took me a while to kind of get used to. I never basically really got used to the food. I like the Chinese food, and I remember the blood pudding that somebody tricked me into eating over there, you know, and that was a scene by itself. But I learned to find the right food and the right areas to eat in, and I got along very well after I got used to it, adjusted.
I definitely want to go back to England. So many places I want to go over there. Oh, I love their food. Oh boy, do they have some good food. Well, you know what? You can get fat in England. You ask for some cream for your coffee, it's real cream. Real cream. You don't get that in the States.
You know, almost everyone I spoke to is talking about food.
Because they don't care about the calories, I guess. Well, how come everybody's not fat over there? Oh, they are not. I didn't see a lot of fat ones where I was.
No, a lot of people just don't have time to eat.
Trying to fight their way through that fog, huh?
Yeah, fog. It must have been a while. Oh, you went to Grimsby.
Yeah, no, it really wasn't foggy. It really wasn't foggy. The weather was nice when I was there. Wow, I couldn't believe how far out the tide went. When the tide goes out here, it goes out just a little ways. In England, in Grimsby, it must have gone out 2 miles.
Yeah.
That's weird. I like that.
I know you got someone else. I can tell by the way you carry yourself. Right now I'm so disgusted, baby. Seems like no man can be trusted. You're losing me, baby, and I just wanna let you know it. You're losing me, boy, and I just gotta show you, baby. You're losing me, baby. The day we got married, I noticed the way you said I do, baby. But it didn't dawn on me, baby, no, till after a year or two. How you changed on me, baby, and I just gotta let you know it. How you changed on me, boy, and I just gotta let you know it, baby. You're losing me, baby. You're losing me, boy. You're losing me, baby.
I want to say thank you to all the Northern soul scene patriots, and it was quite a surprise when I discovered that the Shrine label had found a home in the hearts of the Northern soul scene, yes. And I found that quite astounding, because I had turned away from Shrine and all memories and recollections as much as possible for the trauma that it brought into our lives. We worked very hard to put together this operation in D.C. and had been blessed to make some fairly good recordings, find some very talented people. But on the other hand, there were forces working against the success of the operation that sort of was a holdover from the marriage that my wife at the time of Shrine, Renoma Gordy Singleton, as she's known today, the co-founder of Motown, we discovered that Barry was not happy with the promise of Shrine as being something that could emerge competitive to the Motown dynasty. Rumor has it that he worked very diligently behind the scenes and influenced airplay not to be rendered for the products. I never wanted to believe that, especially at the time it was happening. But as history proved out, there might have been more truth to that than I imagined at the time. We were baffled because we would present our promotional records to the radio stations, and people that I'd known for years as an independent producer out of New York. And we'd make the playlists and we'd be in the top 10 within the first week or two, and then all of a sudden we'd fall off the charts and off the air, and it kept happening with quite a degree of frequency. And then the rumors started coming that maybe there was a move afoot by the powers that be at Motown to prevent Shrine from happening. Shrine never happened to the general popularity of the record community, but as life would have it, some of the historians from the UK traveling throughout the States and other places kept running across the obscure 45s with the Shrine flame burning, and they wound up bringing them home to the other side. And I believe from all accountings I've gotten, it was Ian Levine who fell in love with a record done by the Les Chansonnettes, I believe it was at the time, Hey Boy. And with its frequent playing of that as he DJ'd there on the North Shore, the curiosity of the listeners and the patrons as to whatever else might there be from that Shrine label. And sort of caught on through Ian's efforts and others who shared his like for the feel of the music. Before we knew it, all of a sudden Shrine became important as a collector's label. And I think a lot of that was because of the scarcity of the product. If I remember correctly, I don't believe I pressed more than 2,500 singles per issue, maybe another 1,000 promos. A couple of them took off. Watch Your Step was #1 for quite a while in Washington, D.C., the home of Shrine, Baltimore and Virginia, the surrounding areas. And Ray Pollard's No More Like Me followed that as a #1 in the region. It never spread further than that because during the time I became just overwhelmed with my workload. Not only was I trying to launch a label in Washington, D.C., but in order to support that effort, I took a position with Brunswick Records in New York, thanks to Jackie Wilson, whom I was producing and writing for. So I became the A&R director for the operation. That caused me to be a commuting sort of executive. 3 days in New York, 4 days in D.C. And after about 18 months of that, I'd run myself into such a state of fatigue the doctors cautioned me that it was just a little more than I should try to burden at that point. So, very reluctantly, the choice was made for me. I had to discontinue the operation of Shrine and try to make a living for the family. During that same period in time, just before I got involved, before leaving New York, among the recordings I had done was a young girl by the name of Leda Edmond Jr. Leda Edmond Jr. was the go-go symbol for that era. It was her long blonde ponytail and the big sunglasses that became the image of a go-go personality. So I took on the task of doing a recording with her. One side was called The LaRue, which I heard became one of the most popular songs in the era for London and the UK. And the other side, just to capitalize on her persona, was called Soul A Go-Go. And she was Soul A Go-Go. And Ian had been a part of all of that movement, I found out years later. And it's amazing what has happened, because I can take no personal credit for the vision or the energy that brought all this about. It was a happening. It was providential decree, I'll call it.
When Jackie Ross first made Selfish One, she was only 15 years old. This is why, so many years later, it's now 36 years later, she still looks glamorous and fabulous. Impossible to believe that somebody that made a record 30 odd years ago could still look so wonderful. Out of all the artists I think we filmed for The Strange World of Northern Soul, she impressed me the most because she was so fabulous, glamorous, every inch a diva, every inch a lady. What a fabulous singer, and she still sounds great. So of course we filmed Selfish One as well as Keep Your Chin Up. Keep Your Chin Up was Les Cackel's probably second all-time favourite record next to The Drifter, so it belonged in the Les Cackel section, which meant that the wonderful classic Selfish One just sat in the can till now, so it's my pleasure and privilege to bring you, for the first time, Jackie Ross singing live Selfish One.
It's like a souvenir that just sits
In today's high-tech world, where every household is used to seeing a dozen videos a day of the latest pop sensation, many people were surprised when they saw the film to see that we're actually recording people, filming them in their living rooms, in their local parks, wherever. And to make up for the fact that you don't really want to see what was in the living rooms, we had to use special effects. The reason for this was very clear. There were no studios available for them to go into, and in many cases they felt uncomfortable unless they were in their own surroundings. To make up for this, we had to use effects.
I was brought in at a very late stage to do some video work on the Strange World of Northern Soul tapes. A friend of mine, Peter Finkelstone, had been used quite extensively. He'd been doing a lot of work on the music, the actual songs, and time was short, and he basically had too many to do in the time that was left. So Ian rang me up and asked would I be able to do some of these videos. I went round to his place in Ealing, and we had a look at what Peter had been doing, and it looked fairly plausible, so we agreed that I'd have a go at some of them. The problem with the material as it was, it had all been pre-edited and it looked fine in terms of the editing of the shots, but most of the tapes and most of the songs had been pretty much filmed in the artist's basement or in their flat somewhere, and there were, you know, curtains in the background and sofas in the background which Ian wanted to get rid of. We couldn't, initially I have to say, I couldn't really see how we could get rid of all that stuff, and you know, at the end of the day you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, and I couldn't really see what else could be done. A little trim could be made here and there, but there wasn't really much that could be done. But Ian came up with this idea of having these sort of psychedelic effects in the background, and his idea was that the more we could do to distract the viewer from the fact that this was in a dingy basement flat somewhere, the better. So I went back to my place and started playing around with these tapes. And the first one I did was one with Mel Britt. And I think we used things like mirror effects and sort of psychedelic effects in the background against the background walls, that sort of thing. Ian loved it. The idea was, again, to try and distract the viewer's attention from the fact that these videos have been shot on a low budget, and I think when they were finished, they certainly looked more interesting than they did when they were started.
A lot of criticism came onto us from the overuse of special effects in the videos, the songs we did. But then again, if you're going to Detroit, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, New Orleans, and filming people in their living room, you've got to try and make it look a bit glamorous. You just can't have a pair of curtains behind. You've got to do something to try and make it work. So we used sort of kaleidoscope type video effects to make it work. As it happens, I think we did overuse them a lot, and we had 3 or 4 different video editors. Some of them were much, much better than others. And I think that one of the people, without naming any names, I don't particularly like the way his product ended up. And we've now found that for this documentary we've re-edited loads of them. We've actually redone 25 songs from scratch, started to re-edit them, put all new effects on them. So I think that now some of these, the worst offenders of the videos that got criticised, I think will look a lot better. I mean, yes, we can't make Lou Johnson and Bob Ralph look any younger, but we can take away some of those bad kaleidoscopic effects that people did criticise.
As part of the DVD issue of The Strange World of Northern Soul, Ian thought it would be an ideal opportunity to rectify at least partly some of these garish videos. So I've spent a good couple of months going through 25 performances, which you'll find on the 3 discs of The Strange World of Northern Soul. Basically starting pretty much from scratch, although I mean, not all video effects were disastrous, I found. I mean, it's all a matter of taste, but to be honest, I hated those kaleidoscope effects, so I just took all of those out. So you'll probably notice the ones are a bit more simple and less psychedelic.
One of the biggest problems Ian had with the video was the Bobby Sheen song, Dr. Love. Bobby Sheen's died since then, but Ian had terrible trouble tracking him down and eventually went over to the States and got got him on board, and they managed to film the song. But it was shot in his kitchen, and it was really dingy and unkempt down there, and it looked awful, and it was badly coloured, and it was badly lit, and there were cracks in the plaster, and this huge big slab of polyfiller behind him as he was singing. And Ian was very sort of animated about this, and wanted to get rid of this polyfiller particularly, and also just make it look as if it hadn't been shot in his dirty kitchen. And all these, I can't remember exactly what the effects were that we used, but I absolutely plastered the video with effects and keyed out the whole wall that he was singing in front of, just in order to get rid of this polyfiller. I'm not sure if any of it remains. If you can see in the video that the polyfiller is there, but after a while I just thought, well, this is as good as we're going to get it. And I delivered the tape to Ian, thinking he'd be, very unhappy and glum about it, and he was very pleased. So it must have worked.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know the custom has always been to introduce the spokesman to you before the story begins. So with no further ado, let me introduce myself to you. You know I'm Dr. Love, baby. Oh, you know I'm Dr. Love. Dr. Love. You know the Ladies and gentlemen, you know the custom has always been to introduce the spokesman to you before the story begins. So with no further ado, let me introduce myself to you. You know I'm Dr. Love, baby. Oh, you know I'm Dr. Love. Dr. Love.
I think possibly the trade secret here, the hardest video to resurrect, was the one that Dave Brown shot on her ward doing Strange Change, because he shot that with a Super 8 camera, 8mm rather than a digital one, and he had the light coming in from the window behind him, which cast him kind of half into silhouette. And it was very difficult to get any kind of decent video out of it. And thanks to the wizardry of Peter Finkelstone, he actually edited it together with effects in such a way that you didn't actually notice it was inferior to the other pieces of footage. So I was quite proud that we actually managed to keep that in there, because at one stage I was toying with leaving it out because I didn't think it was technically good enough, but we managed to save that, and quite pleased to have the legendary Hebb Ward in there with us.
Each time I see you, baby, something deep inside tells me that I love you, baby. Just can't tell you why. A strange change comes over me. Baby, can't you see what a wonderful feeling you bring to me? When I'm near you, baby, and you're near me, it's ecstasy. When I put my arms around you, it just drives me wild. Each kiss you gave me, baby, sets my soul on fire. A strange change comes over me. Baby, can't you see what a wonderful feeling you bring to me? When I'm near you, baby, and you're near me, it's ecstasy.
One of the most exciting things about filming The Stranger with a Northern Soul was to finally find out who the enigmatic and mysterious Toby Legend was. one of those records that epitomised Wigan Casino, and throughout the Wigan years they tried to find her and no one could. Of course we knew who Toby Lark was because Toby Lark recorded Happiness Is Here, and had we not realised she was Toby Legend, we would have filmed Happiness Is Here and used it in The Stranger with a Northern Soul. But yet, of course, Time Will Pass You by Toby Legend was acclaimed as the greatest Northern Soul record ever, so that had to be in the documentary, which meant that sadly Happiness Is Here got left out the window. Now, chance to rectify that. Toby Lark, and a wonderful setting in Windsor, Canada, by a big fountain, singing Happiness Is Here.
Listen, no, you got to back that up. Not one of the, we are the legendary act. See, we was out here working when James Brown was a group called The Flames. He later on changed his name to James Brown The Flames, and later on James Brown. We was working with the Midnighters when they had out a song that they wouldn't even play on the radio called Work With Me Annie, and Annie Baby. So we've been here from the get-go. The acts that we idolized were acts that people don't even know, like Moon Glows, Five Keys, Spaniels. You mention these names, they don't know nothing about them. But I consider us the #1 rhythm and blues group ever been. I ain't bragging, but I believe this is the truth, because the Dells is one group that hundreds of groups have copied off of. They copy our mannerism, they copy our uniform, they copy the way we conduct ourselves, and that right there kind of puts the Mighty Mighty Dell thing on there to me.
It makes it Mighty Mighty.
Yeah.
And we've had 47 rhythm and blues charted records. That's not to be compared by very many artists, if any.
Not getting down to rhythm and blues, that's, I'm kind of peed off at what the industry has done with titling. See, because when we worked with Alan Free in the old days, when they first changed the name to rock and roll, They had top 100 top 10 charts of every city. They didn't have a top 100.
It's called territory.
Yeah, they had, each city had a top 10, and you could look in the billboard and see what you was in each city. The Black Records was creating such a sales thing and so on. They come up with a new thing, which was rhythm and blues. Rhythm and blues was not a type of music. Rhythm and blues was a black singer. You could sing Stella by Starlight, or I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. You were a rhythm and blues singer if you was black. They took, right, and that, see, they did. Then they come up with, oh, okay, well, rhythm and blues. Then they come up with soul. Then they come up with psychedelic soul. They come up with gospel soul. All of this to keep music from being called rhythm and blues. You cannot say, like they say, Elvis Presley was a rhythm and blues singer. He was not a rhythm and blues singer. Elvis Presley was a pop singer. Rhythm and blues can go pop, but to be a rhythm and blues singer, you gotta be black.
Simple as that.
Period. That's why they won't let us on television.
And now we're on television and we're on television. England, you better listen, because this is the truth. This is the honest, this is the gospel. If you want to hear gospel, this is the gospel.
Being here at Sigma again right now, Sigma I remember as a child, since I'm a full-fledged woman now. It was interesting. It was interesting then, and it's even more interesting now. You couldn't walk around upstairs because you could hear everything that was being done down here in the studio. And they had a bathroom that was in the back. Do you remember that, Weldon? Yeah. And when you would go up, when you go up the steps to go to the bathroom, you could hear it in the studio. It was like an echo chamber. So they would tell you, don't go now, you know, wait. And everybody would laugh.
How many you take, about 3 or 4? Yeah. If they just turn me over, they're gonna see there are really 2 sides to me, and I heard on the other side. Yeah. That's how I sound. In 1963, that's how I sound. Still sound like that.
Sound good, boy.
Shit.
That's what's happening now.
Yeah, man. Man, it's just coming and got me out of oblivion.
The only thing that bugs me about this thing is we found out, like we was in Japan, and the Japanese people, boy, they love rhythm and blues. They come in with their stacks of albums for you to sign. And we saw at least 3 albums. I think the guy said he had bought them in Denmark or somewhere that had some other people on the cover. So I don't know. I don't know how the people could really know how we look, because there have been several albums circulating overseas with some other guys' pictures on. We ain't ever seen these guys.
When we get off the airplane, coming to England or wherever we land on this upcoming tour, we're gonna have sign. You know how you have a limousine sign that says, well, "This is come to pick up the devil." We're gonna come off the plane, and Marvin gonna have a sign in front of him. I'm the real Marvin Jr. I'm gonna have a sign in front of me. I'm the real Chuck Barstow. On down the line, till we should let everybody know we are the original. Yeah, everybody else you saw was an imposter.
And that happens everywhere, man. We was in Richmond on our way to North Carolina, and in them days when you got all the records out, you turn the radio on when you go to a town to see if they're playing your record. And we heard this jock saying, yeah, don't forget to come down and see the Dells tonight at the so-and-so arena. And we was on our way to North Carolina. The other brothers say they saw our name on the marquee in Florida. And went, oh, let's go, you know, we've been tight for years. So they went there and knocked on the door. Islet brothers, they went in, said, where's Marvin? Where's Chuck? Oh, say, oh, they broke up. The recording company put us together, and they working down there in the main place in Florida.
I've always been a bit of a DVD buff since the format was invented, and the beauty of DVDs is that when you buy them, you buy all these hidden extras. You buy a movie and you see the scenes that didn't make it, deleted scenes or alternate versions, and as a film buff, I enjoy seeing those. So I figured for The Strange World of Northern Soul, we ought to throw in a couple of things that we scrapped because we didn't feel they were good enough, and let you see the difference. You watching and see them. Bobby Hutton, Come See What's Left of Me, When we first filmed it in Chicago, he wasn't very animated. He was sitting in an armchair in his house. It looked a bit boring to me, and I thought, this is not good enough. And as he was coming into England, we managed to refilm him. We went down by the River Thames, by an old brick bridge, and we filmed him against the stones, the wonderful old stones, and it cast a great light on his face, and he was in a smart suit. It looked fabulous. I found recently the original version that we scrapped. Not one single frame of this version you're about to see made it to the final cut. It was completely scrapped, and we started from scratch and filmed it again. But as this is a DVD of the making of The Strange World of Northern Soul, it's kind of interesting to look at the versions that didn't make it. This is Bobby Hutton and the scrapped version of Come See What's Left of Me.
Inside my lonely room, I'm out of sight, but I'm filled with gloom. And outside, the world goes by, but I'll just hang my head and cry, baby. Come see what's left of me. But now I find it was all just a joke. But it's much too late to wonder why. 'Cause without your love, I'll die. I know, baby. Come see what's left of me. So come see. What's left of me, baby. Left of me, baby. Oh, yeah. Come and see. What's left of me. Why don't you come see?
One of the people I met again through the film was Otis Laville. I'd met him in the 70s and stayed at his house in Chicago, and it was a real pleasure to be acquainted with him again via the film. Otis threw himself wholeheartedly into the idea of the film and actually spent his own time and money tracking down artists so they could be included in the film. It was a real shock and tragedy when we learned that Otis had passed away.
I remember Otis knew absolutely everybody. I'm convinced everybody in Chicago. I'm not just talking about artists. We went out on the streets with him, followed him around one day, and we went and just met anybody really, and they knew Otis, and Otis would get me to ask them whether they, a kind of set-up question, whether they knew that Otis was a star on the Northern Soul scene, of which of course they all did. And I also remember Otis had managed to use one of his friends or contacts who owned a studio. So we could do a lot of filming there, which helped a lot. I remember, I think I was filming Bobby Hutton, an interview in the studio with Bobby Hutton. And I got to the end of the interview, I came outside, and Otis had met me as I came out and passed me my cigarettes, which was odd for Otis because he was always telling me that smoking's bad for me. But he seemed very eager for me to have a cigarette, calm myself down. So I just thought nothing of it. I put a cigarette in my mouth. I lit it up as I was walking around the corner, and the cigarette exploded in my face, and really shocked me because I was just didn't, you know, I was jet lagged. Well, that's my excuse. And I looked up, and there was the entire studio staff there. Otis was there. The Artistics were there. Bobby Hutton was there, and they were all pissing themselves at me. And Otis just couldn't. That was the kind of guy he was.
I met Otis LaVille in 1972 at the Torch when he came with Major Lons. That was now 30 years ago. And Otis was the greatest help. We called him the Godfather of Chicago. He took my assistant, Eddie Denny, who filmed all the stuff for this film, all over Chicago, drove him everywhere, took time off work, and pieced the whole thing together for us. We couldn't have made The Stranger World of Northern Soul without Otis LaVille. He then flew over for the premiere of it at Blackburn and came and sang Nobody But You live on stage. He was so supportive, so excited, so believing in what we did for the music. I just didn't know how to feel once I found out that he'd passed away of a heart attack. Life won't be the same without Otis. And now it's such a weird feeling, going back to the footage of Love Uprising, which we never used. We used Nobody But You, but we never used Love Uprising. But to go back to once he's passed away, to take this footage together and make a video now, knowing he's no longer with us, is a very strange feeling, but also a very uplifting feeling to be able to give another tribute to this wonderful person. Otis LaVille, we could not have made this without you. We owe you everything.
You know we're gonna put me on camera, Otis.
Oh yeah, you
Hey man.
Okay then.
Well, let me take the toothpick out of it, okay?
Explain who this is then, Otis.
Okay, well he's gonna ask you, you know, just answer questions. Ask him one question.
What? About Otis? Okay. Did you know that Otis is a kind of big soul star in England?
Yes, I do.
Yeah? I bet he did. Yeah, I bet he's told you.
He did. You know, and I know Otis from some time.
Have you heard him sing? What do you reckon? What do you think?
I think he's great.
I think he's great too. Yeah, you wanna ask him a question?
All right, I'll ask him the question. Do you realise that he's a big star over in Northern England?
Oh, Otis?
Yeah.
He's a big star right here and now.
See?
They're holding the people back out there to keep him from coming in. This is Otis LaVille, man. Yeah, he's huge.
Okay, so did you realise that Otis was quite a big star over in Northern England?
No, I didn't know that.
But I think she's glad I am.
But I'm so glad that he is a big figure. Yeah, I'm so happy that he is a big figure. We thank the world of him here.
And I appreciate
the Congressman has been just always, whenever he calls, he gets straight through.
Unbelievable. The people love their artists over there. When they invite you over, they let you know they appreciate you. It's a lot different from in the States over here. It's unbelievable how they welcome you and let you know they're proud to have you over. If they like your record, they're gonna come out and see you. The difference in the States, a lot of times they like your records, but they don't want to pay the money to see you. But over there, you can bet your bottom dollar they're gonna come and see you. And I call that my second home, really. Is there anything you want to ask us for that quick? Well,
so did you know that Otis is quite a big Northern Soul star?
Oh, I did. All his music. That's when music was music, when you could hear the words. It was in the golden era.
I'm just shocked at how records, how B-sides of some of the records begin to make the top charts in the northern part of England, and they call it Northern Soul. I'm aware of that, but I look at the records, and for me to work over there, I have to learn the B-sides of some of my records, like Nobody But You. Some records I love to do those records, but I never had a chance to do them over here because they didn't play over here, wasn't big over here. But I'm glad that I'm able to do some of the records that I particularly like, and in an area that I would be received pretty good, And we're going to be over there eventually, and I'll be happy to do those songs, and I'll be happy to hear the people yell at those songs, because because some of those songs are my favorite records.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Kate Sullivan.
I'm Sidney Barnes.
These are all my friends. Sidney Barnes is a
Old friend.
the old friend. You're right, man. You're right.
Very good.
This is my group. These are my heroes. Yeah.
Hey, we just want you to follow up and follow through with what you have committed yourself
Man,
to.
listen, I appreciate y'all because I've been over there quite a few times.
Right.
I just about lived over there, and I know the Dells. I know what the Dells meant. It just shocked me that you all haven't been over there.
No.
And I know some groups from Queens. Queens took me over my first gig.
Mhm.
And y'all 20 times bigger than I am.
Yeah. They've
You
seen a
know
lot
what
of
I mean? So I was shocked when you told me you never worked over there.
Well, you know what?
You all got to be one of the biggest black acts to go there. You all in the show, like, you know, I got to say, because I know the market, you know.
So here's the question we've been asking. Okay, did you realise that Otis was quite a big star over on the northern scene in England?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we know that.
Did you know that too?
Are you planning to go back, Otis, Europe? June? Well, good luck to you.
You know, Major Lance and I was like brothers. You know, he lived with my mother and I lived with his mother. You know, and we made a pact that if one make it in the record business first, he'll reach back and get the other one. And if I made it before him, I'd reach back and get him. We started out as a group at the Floats. We had a group called the Floats. And we had some girls in the group too, but you know, it kind of faded away. But Major and I stayed friends. We stayed very good friends, you know, and I was very hurt when he passed. You know, I was one of his pallbearers, you know. His mom raised me, and my mom raised him, you know. So we always kept that bond, no matter where he was at. If he went to Vegas and there was an opening there, he made sure I got there. And if I went somewhere and he didn't have a chance to, he got there. It's basically like as kids, when I worked in a grocery store and he didn't have a job, I made sure he got a job in the grocery store. He worked in a drugstore, he made sure I got a job in the drugstore. So I don't think that you can replace that type of bond, you know. Anything you want to do, you gotta answer the question.
Okay, who are you?
Philip DiGerano.
And
Long-time partner, friend, Otis Lavelle.
okay, did you realise that Otis was quite a big Northern Soul star in England?
What was I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you realise that Otis was quite a big Northern Soul star in England?
I do, from knowing him so well. Yeah, of course.
This is my friend George here. He owns the Racing Cafe. Charlize, Tyrone, we all come by and eat when we're in town.
Okay.
And, say hello to George. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. So, do you realise that Otis is a big star over in England on the soul scene?
Yes, I did.
See, everybody realises.
Well, they don't know how big I am over there, you know, but yeah, I kind of like the food here too, so all the artists that come by here, we do enjoy ourselves when we come by here. We get some good coffee.
Is it good?
Yeah. You wouldn't bring them down here if it wasn't. There you go. Well, the message that I would like to send over there in Northern Soul is that I'd like to say, keep on believing in your music, the type of music that you want to hear, the chance that you're giving all us as artists. We want to let you know we appreciate you and really love you for doing that. And where there's a loser side over here, you'll make it possible that we can win over there in Northern Soul, and we're proud that that's happening. We want to get there real soon, and we're going to be there too.
Otis, you're headed for England.
I want.
No, let me.
Okay,
I'll get
okay.
that, man. I'm
Okay,
a host. I'm an interviewer.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Otis, you're headed for England.
Oh yes, yes. I can't wait to get there.
What kind of message do you have for the people of England?
The one message I got for them is that myself and the Dells, we can't wait to get there. We're so enthused about coming over there and meeting our friends. It's the Dells' first time over there, but it's not my first time. But Trenton Garden, we're going to be there in full color. I'm going to be doing Nobody Loves Me, Nobody But You, Babe. I'm going to do all those things, W. I'm going to be Love Uprising, I Love You.
Love Uprising?
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's my favorite.
I know it. And that's their favorite, too.
Now it's time for love uprising. Now it's time for love uprising. Faith is beginning to mean we don't believe on no, and truth is a lie. 'Cause we always have to have an alibi. But if we hang up our boxes and gloves and sit down and try to love, you'll find that it's time for love uprising. I said that it's time for love uprising. We're getting tired of walking. We're getting tired of talking. Love is not a word, it's a feeling. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. The 10 Commandments have been cast aside. So the devil gives orders right there to apply. If we hang up our boxes and gloves and sit down and try to love, you'll find that it's time. Ooh-wee, for love uprising. Oh yeah, say that it's time. Ooh-wee, for love uprising. We're getting tired of walking. We're getting tired of talking. If we hang up our boxes and gloves and sit down and try to love, find that it's
trying to make me feel bad. Gave me your love, I misused it, didn't know what I had. Need you, baby, by my side. Listen, baby, I really love you. Need you, baby, by my side. Listen, baby, I really love you. I need your love every day, got to have it every night. Oh, no, girl, you know you can make things alright. Oh, now, baby, I want you to come right home. Please, baby, please, don't you wait too long. Listen, please, baby, by my side. Listen, baby, please, baby, by my side. Listen, baby.
I like what you did on that part you can't stand.
Mr. Postman, hey, Mr. Postman, Mr. Postman, look at me, oh yeah. If there's a letter in the bag for me, please, Mr. Postman, oh yeah, oh yeah. Wait a minute, Mr. Postman. Please, 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 Mr. Postman. I'm Mr. Postman and look at me. Then you tell him there's a letter for me, Mr. Postman. Oh, Mr. Postman. Oh, please, Mr. Postman. Hey, oh yeah.
I need to put on some more lipstick. There must be. I'll get it here. I ain't a napkin. I'm too old for this.
Working with Ian on The Strange World of Northern Soul redefined the term Mission Impossible. Basically, Ian made it clear there was no such description. This was brought home to me most strongly on the Saturday of the premiere of the film at Blackburn. Kindly arranged by Richard Serling, we were very excited at it. I was then told very calmly by Ian that in fact of the 3 parts of the film, part 3, the last part, would only be delivered on the Thursday. I then had the job of getting 2,000 films turned over, manufactured, packed into a box with 2 other films, a booklet and a CD and a presentation box, packed up and shipped from a factory by 3 o'clock the next day. I managed to do it, but never ever would allow Ian or anyone else to put me through that kind of pressure again.
It was 1999. I think there was 131 recordings to be worked on, and we had a very tight deadline. It was amazingly pressured to get the whole thing finished. I was starting 7 o'clock in the morning, sometimes working till midnight. We were trying to get sometimes 4 tracks done in a day, which when you consider that some artists go into a studio to record a single and can spend 2 or 3 weeks on one song, this was really going some. But in the end we managed to get through it, and they all got done. One of the greatest nightmares of my life was trying to finish it for the Blackburn premiere. It looked like we were never going to finish it. We actually delivered to the people that were copying the box sets, because the box sets were on sale. It was the 31st of July 1999, the box sets were on sale. And we didn't deliver part 3 until the Thursday, 2 days before the Saturday, to get it done. I think the Monday we delivered part 1. I'd basically finished editing it, the music wasn't on it, and we didn't have a computer then to edit the music on, that AD's become so skilled at now. I was doing it by hand, overlaying music on a separate pair of tracks on the DV machines, and I was working literally 20 hours a day. I was getting less than 4 hours sleep a night. I would get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and work till 4 the next morning, standing there. My feet ached, my feet went numb. I didn't think we were ever going to finish it. I don't know how we got it done on time. And the funniest thing was the Dells. The Dells run for cover, which we desperately tried to get the Dells filmed, and their date of their performance in Stoke had got moved to 1 week, the Saturday night, 1 week before the launch in Blackburn, the following Saturday. It would have been the 24th of July. and not the 31st. And how on earth we did it. We filmed them in Stoke on the 24th. I rushed back to London on the 25th because we thought we were doing Make Sure You Have Someone Who Loves You, and they didn't do it in the show, and they did Run for Cover. And they'd agreed we could use one song in the show. And we rushed back, so we had to scrap the version of Make Sure, the backing track we'd done, do a new backing track for Run for Cover, sync in the vocals. Amazing how we did it. And you've got to remember that the thing was being premiered a week later, 1 week, 6 days later in fact, after we were editing it, 6 days. And in those 6 days, we not only had to finish editing it all, but we actually had to put all the incidental music on, because you can't just chop one bit in the middle, it all has to flow. And then we had to get the tapes copied so people could buy the box sets at Blackburn, the very limited edition box sets that Neil Rushton put out. So how on earth we did it, I don't know how we did so many artists, 131 artists in such a short time, but we did it. And it will stand the test of time, and I'm very, very proud we did it.
It was a real rush, particularly there was the Dells were performing in Stoke, I think, and it was the Saturday before the premiere of the tapes in Blackburn, and so this is a week before the actual boxed VHS tapes had to be there on sale, and the editing hadn't been finished yet. We had to include this performance by the Dells in, I think, part 2. And Ian had got the filming done at the concert itself. I think there was a problem. I think they played the wrong song, or they weren't playing the song that he expected. So he then had to go back and re-edit the version of the song which they had played and rush the tape to me, minus the effects, on the Sunday evening. And I had to do it overnight pretty much on the Sunday evening. And to be fair, it was one of the easier videos to do because it was a live performance. There wasn't quite so many of the psychedelic effects needed in order to distract the viewer's attention. But nonetheless, that was done on probably between about midnight and 3 o'clock on the Sunday morning of 25th of July, with the VHS tapes having to be on sale the following Saturday. We did it though.
We filmed all 3 Bobby Paris classics. We filmed Personally, which made it to Stranger with Northern Soul. We filmed I'll Walk Away, which we used earlier on this documentary. And now here's the 3rd one, his perennial classic, Night Owl. Here's the mad Bobby Paris singing his legendary record, Night Owl.
Donald,
how long, and what were some of the places that you played that I'm quite certain that you were glad you had the opportunity to play, but what were some of the ones that you played that maybe you didn't anticipate playing?
The Apollo.
No, I know.
The Apollo.
You know.
That is a crowd, an audience that you must perform for.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't shortcome in there.
You know, I think you might even have told me this at the 20 grand parking lot about the Apollo before we ever went there. I'll tell you one thing about the Apollo in New York City, in the United States. See, they see so much great entertainment throughout the years. They're spoiled. So you got to come, matter of fact, you have to sharpen your pencil when you get ready to go into Apollo, because you don't want to get hit with what we call in the industry with a balcony quarter. You know what a balcony quarter feels like when you're down on stage and they throw it from up there because you're not good? Terrible situation.
When we did our first gig at the Apollo Theater in New York, I know everybody knows about the Apollo Theater, and they had a microphone that would come up out of the floor, and I was standing on this little disc, because we first went out on the stage, there was only one microphone, and we were wondering where were the two mics at, one for the group and one for the lead singer, and I was standing on this disc that the mic comes up out the floor. So everybody's looking back, everybody's telling me to move back, move back, move back. And I'm wondering what in the world, the band is playing, the crowd is out there. And you know, at the Apollo, if you don't do right, you're in trouble. We started getting booed, and all of a sudden I moved out the way, and the microphone comes up out the floor, scares everybody half to death. There was a little mic about this big, but it came up, and I'm wondering, I said, oh man, we blew it. And then the guy comes to us that had the show. He says, well, the Drifters were just here, and you guys are going on Broadway, and maybe you better cut that song out. And that's the first time you just felt like, oh man, hitting New York City was supposed to have been the thing at the Apollo Theater. And when you hit that, you were supposed to be on the money. But that was the first bad gig we had that I could remember, yeah.
But after that, we came back, it was cool, you know. We was vets, seasoned vets then.
Philly Sound basically was a continuation of Motown. And what we did here, see, a lot of the musicians in Philly had jazz background, jazz roots, and they were able to play with a style that really was adaptable to jazz and R&B. So they took what Detroit didn't have at Motown. A lot of their chord structures are basically straight, maybe just major and minor chords, but we started using major 7ths, 11ths, 13ths, flatted 9ths, a lot of chords that were indigenous to jazz and stuff, which was unheard of at the time, being fused with R&B. So the thing that set it apart is the fact that, wow, this is different. All of a sudden, this music is coming from another place, and it was fresh and unique. And a lot of the arrangers at the time, Bobby Martin, Norman Harris, Jack Faith, and myself, you know, all had a knowledge of all kinds of music, and we were able to fuse this together. I mean, Bobby Martin essentially came from the bebop background from the 40s and the 50s, and his horn arrangements were voiced so, he just took what he knew from back then and put it together with the grooves that with what our rhythm section did in the studio, and bingo, there you have it. It was kind of a hybrid of all the above. And if you listen to a lot of the album cuts, you're going to even find even more, like the MFSB albums, you're going to find a lot of jazz-infused songs, stuff that Vince Montana, who played vibes, did a lot of vibe solos, and Zach Zachary played alto sax, did a lot of his, like, Charlie Parker kind of stuff. So it was really unheard of at the time, and I think we kind of hit on something. Unfortunately, the lifespan of that whole genre didn't last as long as, let's say, Motown and stuff. We're kind of Philadelphia is a stepchild of the business, you know, where Motown is a generic term, just like Vaseline or something, or Kleenex. Motown, people associate Motown with songs that aren't Motown, like they say, yeah, Franklin, Otis Redding, yeah, that's Motown, where it's not. It was Stax or Atlantic or what have you. But it's such a generic term, they use it with association of a time period. Where with Philadelphia, there was no really stamp on it. There is no, the Philly sound, yes, but it doesn't have that same thing that Motown had. It doesn't have that generic, all-encompassing generic thing happening.
See, I worked for Motown, and I lived in Philly at all times. Motown had a great business sense about their record company, where in Philadelphia, we didn't have the business, but we just had the talent. I mean, everybody had ideas. Like when our singing group started, we just wanted to sing better than any other group. We wasn't really saying we were.
And we did for a while.
We did. We finally.
Yeah, Loretta hooked us up and kept us over there.
So the sound of Philadelphia is more of a free sound. It's more of a, from my viewpoint, we weren't trying to make money as much as the Motown sound was a business. It was, they pumped out hits. I mean, they wrote every day to make money, and they did.
It was major competition though, all the time. Because like there was so much talent around.
Yeah.
You'd have a different group out every week, and some would make it, some wouldn't.
And we know groups that were terrific. I mean, I feel like they were better than us, but they wasn't serious enough, I guess, to go to shows or try to perform in clubs enough.
The Philadelphia sound, when you compare it to other sounds, Philadelphia always had this sort of gloomy, melancholy sound, like there's a dark cloud hanging over Philadelphia. And while a lot of Motown music is real happy and everything's great, and the Philadelphia sound is more emotional or melancholy.
Oh, that's that. You gotta get up tempo now. Darling, after you have made our plans, you put me down for some other man. In front of all my friends, you called me a clown and said, now this is the end. But nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. I don't care what anybody says. Nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. I don't care what anybody says. Nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. Nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. My heart's breaking and wrapped in pain. People tell me I'm going insane. Tell me, baby, this is the truth. Baby, I know what we can do. But nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. I don't care what anybody say. Nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. I don't care what anybody say. Nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. 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 Help me, baby, give me one more chance. Help me, baby, to save our romance. If you do, I'll be so glad. If you don't, honey, I won't be mad. 'Cause nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. I don't care what anybody says. Nevertheless, I keep loving you, baby. I don't care what anybody gonna keep loving you, child. I don't care what anybody says. Gonna keep loving you, child. I swear I don't care what anybody says. Don't care, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. Don't care, I don't care what anybody says. I keep loving you, baby.
Here we are at Sigma Sound Studio.
Yep, ready to record,
Ready to get down with the Philly sound.
Big sounds Philly.
But But this is the fabulous board from Sigma.
Yeah.
This is where some of the greatest records in the world were recorded. I Still Love You, Grooving at the Go-Go at the top of the list. Then we go down to Harold Melvin, The Blue Notes, Bad Luck. We go to the OJs, sang a many hit here, Levert. Who was some of
Gerald Levert.
Yeah.
Saturday Night Fever
Teddy.
soundtrack.
Huh?
Saturday Night Fever soundtrack.
Oh yeah, Saturday Night Fever soundtrack.
Beverly Hills Cop.
Right. And Cheek is one of the top engineers here at this time. I hate to say it, Cheek, but I was here before, like in '68. I don't know what Cheek was doing at that time.
I was 1 year old.
Well, he was 1 year old, but see now he's the top engineer and we're working together. That's how life is.
Are any of these your gold records?
I'll put it like this. What I had to do with a lot of these records was I was a promotion man.
Right.
So I promoted a lot of them. Come on in. Got a many a record in here too. Many a record. But last time I was in the studio, Patti LaBelle was recording. Bunny Sigler.
Yeah, Buddy still comes around.
Oh, this is another room. Years ago, I used to do a lot of cutting down here, but since they had that board upstairs, it's more magical to me. It's bigger. This seems like it's like magic. When I come in here, it's like coming into church to me. And I think of it like that. I cut "I Am Your Woman, She's Your Wife" in this room with Barbara Mason. Hey, this is where all the hits were made. This is what you're dancing to with the Northern Soul.
This is the place.
This is it.
Everybody's on there.
Soon we'll be married and have a family. Whoa, yeah. Having children, plenty children, are just maybe 3. Whoa, yeah. And I love you. Or was it just my imagination once again? Running away with me, and oh, was it just my imagination running away with me? Every night on my knees I pray, dear Lord, hear my plea. Don't ever let another take her love from me, or I'll surely die.
That part again.
Dear Lord,
How you go?
hear my plea. Don't ever let another take her love from me, or I will surely die. Suddenly, put your arms around me, for when we she doesn't even know me. Was it just my imagination? Running away with me. For all of the people in London, it was just my imagination. Running away with me. And oh, it was just my imagination. Running away. William Hart, ladies and gentlemen, on guitar.
Another funny bloke I met in Philadelphia was a local record shop owner who owns R&B Records in Philadelphia, Val Shively. He's a kind of wisecracking, he's just a really funny guy, and he deals with Northern Soul as well as all other kinds of vinyl. He had more records than I've ever seen in one place. He even had more records than Ian. Anyway, I did an interview with him, and he's a funny guy, and he took me on a tour around his shop, which is just lined with records. And at the end of this tour, we kind of concocted this idea that we could plant some Northern Soul records, some valuable Northern Soul records around, and just make out that there just happens to be, you know, lying around in his shop uncovered, so that any Northern Soul collector might like to go and visit his shop. So I think it was a Temptones record that Val just had it on the side, and he reckoned it was worth £150 or something. And so we basically restaged the tour again, but planting this record, and Val did just an amazing job of pretending to stumble across this record. It was truly amazing.
Hi, I'm Val Shively. This is Philadelphia, and this is where all the English guys come when they're over here in the States looking for the Northern Soul records. Philadelphia. And here's my man Weldon Arthur McDougall III.
Northern Soul.
I used to work for a one-stop in the early 60s, and I started doing this as a hobby on the side, where I would, I collected records. I needed money. I wasn't getting paid any money working there, so I started buying doubles, and I would go all over all our accounts were black, and I would go all over the city to black stores, and every time I made a delivery, I was just like a delivery guy. I'd be looking for records instead of, take your time paying me, let me go through this shit. So, I started buying up everybody's records, and I would put out lists in the early, I started doing this in 64. I started getting a mail order in 66. And then in 72, I quit and opened a store. So I've been doing this since full-time since 72, and I worked for somebody else from 64 on doing it. So it was a hobby that turned into a business. Unfortunately, I lost my hobby. Look, I saw all kinds of music. Soul is part of it. The Northern Soul thing is not my specialty, but I get stuff like that. And I think of John Anderson when I think of Northern Soul. Am I allowed to say that? All right. Anderson is the guy who started it all, I think. And I'm very friendly with John, and John comes through here. And, who knows? I sell all kinds of sweet soul, Northern Soul, doo-wop, pop, country, the whole 9 yards. But you only want to hear about Northern Soul. Oddball stuff, it goes for a lot of money, the weird titles and all. But I don't know it as well as I should. That's why they come over here, because I don't know it that well. If I knew it, trust me, they wouldn't be here. I mean, most of my records go for $20, $15, $10, it's just, if I know it's a big record, then it's a different story. But if I don't know, hey, they win, I lose. They come in here, they give me $10 for it, take it home and get $200 for it. Frank Wilson, the Motown producer.
Oh, no.
You know about it? Yeah,
I
he did
know
a record.
Frank
What's the name of that thing?
Do I Love You.
Do I Love You.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you like that? Where's the
Yeah.
box of those you had?
I don't know.
Yeah.
My name is Weldon McDougall, one of the Larks, and also producer. And Val Shively is the guy who's always keeping me informed about the Northern Soul movement. And this is why I know so much about it. A lot of records I produced, and if it wasn't for Val, I would have never known what was happening. So this is the man.
I appreciate
that. This is
that.
definitely the man.
Thank you.
And not only the Larks, I mean the Delfonics, the Bunny Sigler, everybody, Eddie Holman, Barbara Mason, everybody comes in here and checks on how their product is doing. And he also buys records for guys like me who produce their own product and nobody else is interested. We can always come and sell a couple hundred to Val.
That's true. That's true.
I have an album out, in fact, called It's Unbelievable by the Larks. And Val has it here in the store.
Boy, do I have it. I got them all. That's my man.
He sold some because sometimes I come in.
They sell. It's good. It's a great album. It's a great album. No, it is.
I might put some season.
Yes. Oops. I mean, yeah, I know. Okay. Shall we do that again? No, he's going to get it in the back. You can let the phone ring. It's all part of the deal. Simon, what are you doing to me? No. Simon is definitely a trip. He did that book and everything. I've known he's been trying to get in here for years to go upstairs and downstairs. Actually, I should take you upstairs with this camera and show you all the records and downstairs. But anyway, Simon's been trying to get in here for years, but I won't. I can't deal with it. I know him. I mean, I don't want to. You know, I know him. The ballad sides interest me more. The tempo on Northern Soul is not my thing. I can appreciate it. I mean, it's getting hot over here. Unfortunately, it's been hot in England forever. So all the records are in England. There's more of that stuff over there than there is in this country. No question about it. And now that the people want it in this country, they ain't gonna get it. It's over there. So you've been into it for 20 years, 25, actually 30 years, I would say, right? Started in the late 60s. That's my guess. So who knows? How many records are in here? Millions, honest. We'll go for a walk if you want to go. Bring that camera and we'll go around in here, upstairs, downstairs. There's probably millions that have never even been out of boxes. Honest. I buy distributors out, I buy jukebox operators out, I buy radio stations, that's my favorite. Collectors, I sell them to them and then I buy them back from them when they get in trouble, they need money, they die. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. It's a crazy business. All right, let's start down here. Here you go, Weldon. You ready? Remember this label? Jaywalking?
Yeah.
From Harrisburg. Is that Chip's record? Gloria Spencer and all that shit. Remember? I bought the load on this stuff. Jaywalking and there was another label. What the hell? Jaywalking. He had two labels. Anyway, here we go. One down here. This is all Universal distributors. You heard of them? Jamie Guyton. Right? Universal.
Wow.
Right? This is all their shit. They decided to get out of the record business. By the way, am I allowed to curse on this thing? I am? Good. There you go. Well, come on down, baby. I'm gonna show you all your Larks records. They're all down here. All right, look, we'll start here. We'll go back into this room. See, the problem with this place is I don't have enough room. I outgrew the place. You know what? I came into this place, this is like a license to buy. Look, see all this? This is like mounds of shit that I've never even been in. This is more Universal stuff. Who knows? Maybe it's Temp Tones in there. Maybe it's Gloomy Monday, Gloomy Sunday, whatever the hell it is by, what's the guy's name? Herb Johnson?
How about Tiffany?
Temp Tones. Tiffany's are on there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was on Atlantic.
That's right. You sold it to Atlantic.
Yeah.
Got it. I know it's from two labels. All right, now, all this stuff down here, this is like overstock or things that loads we bought. So why don't you know what you should do? Walk across and show the aisles or whatever. You can walk up one and down another or whatever. They run 83, the length of the building.
Philly sound.
This is all the shit that everybody got stuck with. This is at the graveyard for singles. Right
the
here.
people in Northern Soul, they would have a hard on if they seen all these records.
Don't curse, will you? That's
sorry.
what I do, not you. Now, up here, this is very interesting. I bought 1 million records from New Orleans in 1991. Mostly rhythm and blues. See all this blue boxes? All the blue boxes are sold. It's all from a jukebox operator. See them? There's racks. It runs all the way around. They're all alphabetical by label. See this place? See what a mess it is? You know why? Because I let guys from England up here. I gotta learn to keep the English out of here. Here's Northern Soul. This is all soul stuff up here. Look, come here. Stuff's everywhere. This is stores I bought out. Come on over here. Here's more stuff. I even got it. This is a violation. You're not allowed to have anything on stairwells. Whoops. We're on film. Anyway, see all this? Runs all the way down the steps. You know what? It's everywhere. So if they want to come over here from England, they can go through all this stuff. By the way, can you tell where the English were? This is when I say, come on up here. Keep it nice and neat, fellas. Pretend like you're home. This is it. I turn my back and this is what I get. Here, come on. See, this is the kind of stuff back here that it's just boxes and boxes. All this stuff is from the 60s, from distributors. I haven't been through it since, I'd say 65. It's all piled up everywhere in here. Boxes filled with stuff that have never even been going through. So if they want to, they can come over here and go through it. There's tons of stuff. Here. See all this crap? All this came from Universal. You're gonna edit this thing. Like here. Boxes of stuff I've never even been in here. 50s, it's 60s, it's everything. So you never know. It all came from returns and everything. Blue Note. You just never here. Cub's big with. Now here, look at this. The temp tones on Arctic, a promo. This is a big record in England. This is Northern. Girl, I Love You, promo. So you never know what you're gonna find here. I'm telling you, stuff everywhere. The Jays, Jimmy the Persianettes. This is even a Weldon record. Look, this is Weldon did this. Why did I show him this? Tiffany's on MRS. This was sold to Atlantic. Who knows? There's mixed boxes of stuff. This I'm gonna keep out. So, anyway, who knows? There's stuff everywhere in here. But you gotta have patience and all. The problem is there's only 8 hours in a day and I work 12.
In Philadelphia, I was with Weldon and I was with Dave Brown, and we were due to go and interview Bunny Sigler. We were supposed to have done it hours, but we were running hours late, and it was about 11:30 at night. And I just thought, well, I think we've probably lost interviewing Bunny Sigler. But Weldon, being Weldon, says, no man, I can sort it out. And we rock up at Bunny Sigler's house, all of us at the door, just about to knock on the door, and Dave Brown suddenly realises that we're going to see Bunny Sigler. Now Dave had apparently had an altercation with Bunny Sigler due to no fault of his own, but Dave had apparently shown some British guys around to Bunny Sigler's house because Bunny Sigler had said he had a lot of rare 45 records, and some Northern Soul people had gone over there to buy his records for what Bunny Sigler was being told big money. Now apparently these records were all 50s doo-wop and totally not worth anything, and I think maybe Bunny had said something to Dave, and Dave had got a bit scared, so Dave decided he'd go back and stay in the car. Weldon was all the time saying, no man, it's cool. So anyway, we go in, and it's 11:30, and Bunny Sigler is in his nightwear, pyjamas, fancy pyjamas, and we're sitting in his living room, and amazingly, Bunny pulled out a guitar, and then for the rest of the interview just kind of played music to me. It turned into a music lesson or a demonstration, and he topped it off with his rendition of the Star Spangled Banner.
Again? Stop! Oh, I got it. Okay. All right. My name is Bunny Sigler. I live in Philadelphia. I'm 39 years old. Hey, if Jack Brady can be 39, I'm 39. If anybody tell you any difference Well, see, I got Alzheimer's, so I don't know. I am 39. I'm going to be 39 as long as I want to be, you know. But I'm a songwriter, producer, and performer. I love performing. I sing. And I love all kinds of music, from blues to I almost missed that note. I got a cold. I like opera too. I usually do that. That wakes me up, opens up the pores and everything. One reason Girl Don't Make Me Wait was a track that Leon Huff had done. They had cut it for Lynn Barry. That's after it had the song 1, 2, 3. And they cut this song, Girl Don't Make Me Wait. And it was a great track, but nobody could sing it in the key as high as it was. So that's one of the reasons I got it. It's a very high key, and I'm a first tenor, as you can hear. So that's the way I got it. And I love the song. And I performed it live in that high key, which was very hard. I didn't know about dropping keys at that time. But that was, in fact, it was bigger in this town than Let the Good Time Roll for me. And in fact, it was out in, what, 66? 66, I think. Yeah. And this is 99, and they still play it on the radio here. So that's a lot of years. I was about 10 years old when I first came out. I just started singing and stuff. Watch out for the lightning. There's another song I got, I don't know the chords. Girl, you promised me that one day you'll be the love I could call on mine. Every time I ask, are you ready for love? You tell me to hold on a little bit longer, but please don't make me wait too long. 'Cause without you I can't go on. Sugar, you are the one for me, and I love you so desperately. As the days go by, I find that my love for you keeps getting stronger. But the only thing that you say to me is hold on a little bit longer. So baby, please don't make me wait too long, no Lord. 'Cause without you I can't go on. You are the one for me, and I love you so desperately. Don't make me wait too long, 'cause without you I can't go on. I got a doggone cold and I'm stopping singing right now. Whatever key that was. Well, we were like love songs, you know. Like there were certain people that did love songs. I did love songs. Walden did some of the first love songs. Yes, I'm ready. Those things. So I think the people that I think our style was love songs, and it was fast songs too. And the artists were unique. You know, like the OJs weren't from Philadelphia, but they came here and got the Philadelphia sound. Teddy was from here, and the Delfonics. That was a time I heard a thing on the radio today. The guy said, "What has happened to all the high singers? There's no more tenors." This Tom Joyner was talking about what happened to the tenor singers. You know, they don't have them anymore. Everybody's down here. Oh, you know, nobody. Ooh, baby, baby. And a lot of people say I look like. I'm not smoking. They say I look like him, but I'm Bundino. Okay, I'm Bunny. Bundino too. They call I use Bunny. I was born near Easter, so I was named Bunny Sigler. So I wanted to have a more romantic name. So I made Bunny Bundino, and I made Sigler Sigalucci. So it's Bunny Sigler, aka Bundino Sigalucci. You know, it flows like. Plus, I just did a country production on a girl singing country, And people that know I can do country, I can do a little country. Let me show you something. I dreamed I was there in hillbilly heaven. Oh, diddle-o-doo, diddle-o-doo, but I'm in the country, I'm in everything. What's the other thing? Back to back, belly to belly, well I don't give a damn if I get the rhythm on back to back, belly to belly, well I jump, when you're down, you don't know. By the time you're down, you done that already. When the people have said you're gone, no matter how you go, man, your goose is cooked. Well, when Joe had the candy store, telling fortunes behind the door, cops running as the sun, then the people began to shout, "Run, Joe! Hey, let man at the door. People won't let me go. People, I'm go run, Joe. People won't let me go." But Philadelphia really started with songs like "Oh, the Still of the Night, I held you, hold you tight." That was one of my favorite songs, and it just graduated from there. It just, yeah.
What artists influenced you in the early years of your career?
Really, Mary Lanza. Mary Lanza did, but that was still opera. I won't go there. That was, "Be my love, for no one else can end this longing. For you and you alone can end this spell." I'm thinking the wrong words. "And hand in hand we'll reach love's madness land. There'll be no one but you for me eternally. If you will be my love."
Now, how do you get from opera to R&B? I mean,
Well, where I got there was I was brought up in the churches singing, "Oh Lord my God, when I am awesome wondered, consider all the things thy hands have made." And then I went to my mother to church singing this, "I'm working on the building, show the foundation, show the blood stain. So for my Lord," but see my brothers do it as soon as I get tired. That's called a handball. Yeah, something like that.
so how did you get to being such a great R&B writer?
That happened by me. One thing I used to, as you know, if you hear songs on the radio, most people hear a song on the radio. The only thing they know, they hear ba 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 ba, and they know the main song, the hook. So I worked in clubs where I knew the hook to every song, and I made up the words the rest, and the people didn't know no difference. I used to work at the Holiday Inn playing the piano, and I worked at Atlantic City on the boardwalk playing the piano, and I'd sing songs. I knew Misty, but there's a lot of songs I would sing that I didn't know the words to. I would just make. I knew the melodies. I'd make up the words, and I knew the hook. But by making up the words, what I was really doing was grooming myself to be a writer. And in fact, after Let the Good Time Roll, I was with Cameo Parkway. The company folded, and that's when I went with Gamble and Huff as an artist. And I had no idea of ever being a writer. And I used to walk around the halls with my guitar, just playing and singing and all that stuff. And at that time, I was studying martial arts, doing karate. And I was, just frustrated. So when I went doing it, I was just in the hall doing kicks, jumping, punching, knocking holes in the walls and stuff. So people was telling Kenny Gamble, they said, "Man, there's a crazy guy down in the hall, man. This guy, man, he's not good for the people that come up here, man. They think you got a nut up here." So he told me, "Man, why don't you go in this room with somebody, a guy named Gene Doge, and start writing? And, just try to write some songs." And I went in and started writing with him. And I wrote with him for like a couple years, and then he had a problem with the company, and he left, and then I stayed there, and I started writing. And I wrote, you know, I said I'm gonna write till I get a chance to record, and I've just been writing ever since. It was like an accident, but it was. I mean, I'm glad it happened. I'm really glad it happened. We'll try another beat. Here we go.
Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me through your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yeah, this is it. This is something I just can't live. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Feels so good when you're home. Come on, baby, rock me all night long, baby. Yeah, 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 whip it on me now. Oh, baby, baby, like a good time roll. Come on, baby, let me through your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yeah, this is it. This is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Now listen to me. Feels so good when you're home. Come on, baby. Rock me all night long, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rub it on me now. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me through your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Let it roll, 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 let it roll. Good God, that beat gotta stop.
Had to do that in time. I do the national anthem at, I've done it 4 times for the 76ers who play here in Philadelphia, and the 4 times I've done it, they've won. Okay, we're gonna do the national anthem. We usually stand, but for the interview I'll sit, you know. Jolly good show. Hey, matey. I was in England, I almost had an accent. Come on, bloat. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous sky o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag, you know it was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, wave for the land and of the free and the home of the brave.
That was nice, man.
Next time I come over, either with the Tramps or by myself, I will definitely visit the Northern Soul. Because without Northern Soul, you're going to be cold. And you won't have no jelly in your roll and no jitterbug in your stroke. That would be cool. Be uncontrolled. Because I like to talk and talk that trash, I try to rap too, but that's all right. But I'll leave that alone. But I like to say, England, I love you, you know, and I'm glad to know that you still care about me. And there will be more music from me because I love to perform, and I'll be back. Ciao.
When we filmed P.P. Arnold doing Everything's Gonna Be Alright, we filmed it the day she did the vocal in the studio, and it was filmed in Tropicana Studios in Chiswick, and she was there in the studio with her headphones on, and she looked at the video, we'd edited it, put some special effects on, spent quite a bit of time on it, there was nothing wrong with it, and she decided she didn't like the way she looked, she didn't like the video and wanted to refilm it. So we went out on a glorious sunny day to Gunnersby Park, also in Chiswick, against this little temple by the duck pond, which has got these greatly huge ionic columns. The sun was shining on it, it was a glorious day, she looked fabulous, and we made a great video of Everything's Gonna Be Alright. But what happened to that original version that we scrapped? I mean, there's nothing actually wrong with it, we put some special effects on it and made it look quite good, and it's sat in the can till now. The thing about DVDs is that you can show all these wonderful deleted scenes and things that never made it to the final cut as extras for people buying the DVDs. So here we are, for all of you, for the first time ever, the original cut that never made it to the final take of P.P. Arnold doing Everything's Gonna Be Alright.
If we were ever seeking reassurance that people were into the idea of the film The Strange World of Northern Soul, we got it in bucket loads on the day of the premiere. Richard Serling from Jazz FM had kindly arranged for the radio station to put on a premiere event at King George's Hall, Blackburn.
And then we had the amazing premiere that Richard Serling put together at Blackburn, when 1,300 people turned up to see it, and most of them sat through the whole I mean, they didn't sit through the whole 12 and a half hours because we had to edit a couple of hours out, but they sat through 10 hours of it, and it was pretty amazing on that day. It was a very hot day in July, and they sat there all day watching it, and it was very thrilling for me that the rounds of applause when someone like Mel Britt or J.J. Barnes or someone came on, standing ovations that they got, it was fantastic.
When the whole thing was finished, my friend Richard Serling organised this huge launch at the King George's Hall in Blackburn. An amazing day. There was about 1,300 people in the hall on what turned out to be the hottest day of the year in a hall with completely no air conditioning. And you can imagine the film was really, really long, but people stayed the whole day from the initial introduction by Richard on stage to the very end, applauding every song, standing ovations. It was just an incredible day.
Jay and the Techniques, once again, were brought to me by a disc jockey friend of mine, a talent scout. I had anticipated following Sonny with Bobby Hebb with a particular piece of material that I felt had the earmarks of becoming a big hit. And I presented the song to Bobby and I cut the track. And Bobby said, you know, I really like to do my own songs and songs that we can write together. So I said, Bobby, I think this is a hit song. We've got to follow Sonny up. We've got an album, and it's really important to follow it with a successful record, and you can continue writing and come up with something that we feel has good potential. I said, but in the meantime, I'm going to find myself Mickey Mouse somewhere and record this particular song because I believe that it's a hit. And it was called Apples, Peaches, Pumpkin Pie. We brought in Jay and the Techniques, and Jay fit perfectly for this kind of thing. And happily, it was a big success, which brought us up to the next level of doing an album with Jay, and we sat down and we wrote some fun songs and some serious songs, and the rest was history.
And at that time, I used to drink coffee, you know, and I used to drink it with cream and plenty of sugar. And he knew that. And Major almost had coffee coming out my ears because every 5 minutes, he would run out to the store and bring me this cup of coffee, trying to get close to me, you know. And he brought me a song that he said some guy named Curtis Mayfield had written, and it was called Gypsy Woman. And he wanted to record that, and he was telling me that Curtis Mayfield, who was a prolific writer, but he hadn't really come into his own yet, was going to write for him. And I knew of Curtis Mayfield because he was a part of the Impressions and Jerry Butler. And so that kind of, you know, got me interested. And then the fact that Calvin Carter thought that he was getting rid of somebody and was dumping him off on me gave me another incentive to want to try to do something with him. So out of self-defense, so I didn't get drowned in coffee, I agreed to take him into the studio, and we recorded. First, I think it was Gypsy Woman and a couple other songs, and they were all right. They did all right. You know, they weren't big smash hits. And then all of a sudden, Major came to me with a song called Monkey Time. And I listened to it, and I said to myself, you know, this song could be a hit with anybody. Anybody that would sing this song would be a hit. So I called Curtis and went out to his house, and he was playing some different tapes for me. And so I asked him, I said, well, if I did this on Major, would you all do the background? And so he said, yeah, you know. So what we did was, in some areas that we felt Major might be a little weak, I had the group doing the lead with Major. Now Major had his own style, and Major was a prolific dancer, and you know, used to be a little prize fighter, a little boxer, so he had all the moves. And so we did the Monkey Time. And the minute we released that record, it was such a smash hit. I had such a big problem because I was managing Gene Chandler and Walter Jackson and Major and Otis. I mean, so many acts, and they were all mad at me because they wanted that Monkey Time. But I gave it to Major, and it was a big record. But the biggest record that Major and I did was to the seventh power, and that was a tune that Curtis had written. You have to understand Curtis Mayfield. Curtis at that time was involved in developing the Impressions. After Jerry had left the group, it was just the three of them. And so I think Curtis had a pretty good respect for my ear. So he would call me out to the house and he would play different songs. And when I heard a song that I liked, he would say, oh yeah, I'm doing that on the Impressions. So I kind of got wind of the fact that I couldn't just let him know that I liked the song. So one time he played and I listened to it, and I loved it. So I told Kurt, I said, well, that's okay, what else you got? So then he played some other songs and he played Hey Girl, and I said, oh, I really like that, Then he played another one, I said, oh, I really love that. He said, I'm doing that with the Impressions. So I had to throw him off, and finally, when the day was over, I ended up with I said, well, I heard some songs I like. I said, but, which one are you not going to do? So he says, well, I'm not going to do And I said, well, give me that one. That's better than nothing. But I knew it was a smash.
Motown. I think when we think about Motown, immediately either preceding or following Motown, you have to place the term school. Because Motown was indeed a school. Motown was a school that taught the creative people how to take what was innately theirs, which is their creativity in its rawest form, and make it so that it had potential to be attractive to people across the board, across racial lines, across cultural divides, and Barry Gordy and those persons who were responsible, we really all owe a great deal of gratitude for that schooling. And for me, it's made me a very wealthy and renowned to some extent because of what I learned there. Oh, Diana Ross, wonderful person for me to work with. Now, I've heard stories, but as far as I'm concerned, she was very down to earth, wonderful. Marvin Gaye, one of the hardest working artists you will ever go into the studio with. He would put everything into it, even if it was a horrible song. And I look back at some of my stuff and say, oh, yeah, that wasn't as good as it should have been. But Marvin tried his best to make it. Whatever was there, he did his best. Stevie, same thing, just tremendous artists. I can go on and on. I had no difficult situations ever to work with, and I worked with the very, very best that Motown had.
I first met Kim Weston when I was 15 years old. I was sitting on a plane with my parents going from New York to Los Angeles, and her husband Mickey Stevenson was sitting across from me and had some records in his case. I was interested enough to ask who he was. Found out he was one of my Motown heroes. And she met him at the airport, and she took to me as a 15-year-old, and she took me out shopping and spent a day with me in Los Angeles. And years later, when I formed Motor City Records, she remembered me and remembered every detail. So of course I recorded lots and lots of songs with her. Now doing The Strange World of Northern Soul, I actually sent A.D. Denny over to stay with her, and she put him up in Los Angeles, and he stayed with her for a good week or week and a half while he went around and filmed everybody in the LA area. We filmed 2 songs on Kim Weston. They were done in a bit of a hurry because A.D. had been running around filming everybody else but her, and I didn't want to miss her. So on the last morning before he left, we rushed out into the street near her house and filmed 2 songs. You Hit Me Where It Hurt Me, which made it to the final cut of The Strange World of Northern Soul, and her Motown legendary Northern Soul classic Helpless, which didn't. There's also some footage cut into this from a show that she did in London in the late 80s when I first signed her to Motor City. So here's Kim Weston, seen for the first time on video with this version of Helpless.
Crying, 'cause I'm in a helpless situation.
never always was a concern. I thought about this tie, but that was my trademark during that time. I never was a clown. I always dressed conservative. When they was wearing rhinestone suits, I was wearing ties and bow ties and tuxedos and things of that nature.
I designed this a long time ago, and the BP, I looked at the notes and I said, well, look at this. I can have this note and that note signify my initials. And my lady Judy made this up for me, and it looks good, I think.
Entertainers are born. They're not made. The entertainers now are made. Entertainers, and they look for a certain look or a certain so-and-so, and then up pops entertainer. When we come up, you were born, and I've been singing since I was 9 years old. Chuck been doing the same. We were, from little kids, we were singers. And singing is still fun. Because you just love to sing. The business part being put in it to singing kind of sabotages some of the fun. Because we've got to the point now we don't even worry about going out partying after the show and stuff. We're working now. We do a show and go home and look at television. So yeah, some of the business part has took some of the fun out. Of course, it's so dog eat dog and everything out there.
It comes down to things that they call contracts, in which for people that don't understand, the first 3 letters of contract is con. So you get con before you get a chance to come and work and really make some money and understand about what the business is. They call it show business, but this is really a business show. If you ain't got your business together, it won't be a show. So, this is one of the things that we want to bring to the people over in Northern England, in England period, or in Europe, in European markets altogether. We want to bring over something that they have never seen before. They've seen a lot of acts, but they've never seen 5 stand-up black men sing as well as we sing. Bragging? Yeah, I'm bragging.
The thing we got now, entertainers don't have no more.
That's true.
They don't have the class, they don't have the finesse, they don't have the ability, they don't have none of this. And I'm sorry to say that after we go, and it's a couple other groups, OJs, Four Top and so on, it'll be no more groups like us, because there's no young groups practicing our craft now.
Why from Chicago to L.A. More than 2,000 miles all the way. Get your kicks on Route 66. Go through St. Louis, Joplin, Missouri, and Oklahoma City, six mighty pretty. See Amarillo, yeehaw. Gallup, New Mexico. What about Flagstaff, Arizona? Don't forget Winona, Kingman, Boston, San Bernardino. Get hip. Woo!
By the time we'd finished with 131 artists, I was still looking. At the last minute, I was finding out it's like the Natural Four, and Neil Rushton says, come on, you've got enough, and they didn't make it. We could have had I Thought You Were Mine by the Natural Four. We could have had possibly Willie Hutch doing Love Runs Out, and I'm still sad. I mean, at 131, I suppose you've got to draw the line somewhere. I'm still almost sad that there's so many we could have got in, but really, there had to be a cut-off point. Being the sort of obsessive that I am, I wanted to get every decent Northern Soul act performing every great Northern Soul record they ever did, and that was never going to happen. I think we've got a pretty damn good cross-section, but there'll always be ones that my regrets are that got left out. The greatest regret was Dean Parrish. The fact that we couldn't find him, and then he was found, and we still to this day haven't got him filmed. When I first initially edited it, I wanted Dean Parrish and Sandy Sheldon. I hadn't found either of them. The joy of finding Sandy Sheldon and getting her re-edited into The Stranger with Northern Soul was one of the greatest achievements of my life. My only regret is that we didn't have Dean Parrish as well. Imagine that intro, it had been Dean Parrish and Sandy Sheldon and Toby Legend and Frank Wilson. Imagine that. There's only one missing. I mean, they were the only 4 that were up for consideration on the intro. We do have Toby Legend and Sandy Sheldon and Frank Wilson, 3 greatest Northern Soul records ever, opening our documentary. So for that, I'm very proud. And I'm very proud it will stand the test of time. It's been a wonderful thing doing it. No matter how much hard work it's been, I will always be proud of it.
When we made the film, we talked about it being an encyclopedia, a documentary to this unique music. In years to come, there is no doubt that the footage, irreplaceable, immortal, will be showing the world what this music is all about, and for that, we're very proud.
All right. Yeah, but that's
It's a nice tune.
That's a heck of a
And that's a today sound.
Well, I'm going to redo it, and I'm thinking how, like I said, but I want advice from professional
When you did it before, did you do it with an acoustic piano? Did you play acoustic piano?
No, I didn't even play piano.
You didn't? Well, this time you might want to do an electronic piano.
Yeah, well, I know that's what's going to be.
And maybe some horns in lieu of voices.
And
unless you just have to have that vocal, those vocal phrases in it.
Well, I think that would help to sell it, but that's the Motown sound.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can reverse that instead of having them so far out front, put them more in the back and put horns in there. Because the horns can do some of that. I know.
And I like the song. I've been kind of refraining from doing it. See? Well, we'll start tomorrow. I'm starting. No, but I just didn't want other people to pick up on it. That's
Go on and do it.
And you know what, babe? I got another on that tape. I got a tune on that called "Don't Take My Sunshine." Woo! And it's very, very simple, and there's no whole lot of. I have Rose Davis and Helen White. She's a preacher now. Those are two. I did that in '65 in Baton Rouge, and it never came out because Bob Robin took sick. And see what happened, he gave me all of this stuff and told me, he said, man, look, he said, I'm out of the business. He said, I'm giving it to you and give it tape and do what you want. So, but I was smart enough to make sure I get all of them not published. That's the first thing I did. Yeah.
So we brought you 14 different videos that never made it to the final version of Strange World of Northern Soul. 12 of the 14 were never used at all. This is the first time they've ever been put together. And the other two, which is Bobby Hutton and P.P. Arnold, were two different versions that didn't make it in that form, that made it by being refilmed. So 14. This is the 14th one for you. The fabulous, glamorous Mary Love, filmed in Los Angeles, in California. Filmed outside in a wonderful setting, singing that stomping classic, Lay This Burden Down.
Chance
Well, the major TV stations like ITV had It'll Be Alright on the night. I suppose for The Strange World of Northern Soul we had to have some outtakes as well. Here are some of the funnier moments that never actually made it to the final version.
Okay, do we have fun with this or are we gonna be straight laced? Oh, okay.
No, we better be straight. He want to inflict some pain. He's got.
We start anytime? I'm Ernest Fudge. I'm second tenor baritone for the Dynamics.
Hang on.
What do you want me to say,
Just
man?
say hi, I'm Ernest Fudge. Just give us your name.
Everybody give the name.
And at the end, say.
Okay. I'm Ernest Fudge.
Come on, George.
So we start again.
Do it again. Man, you a lunatic or what?
Hi, I'm Wenzel Kelly.
Hi, I'm Willie Ford.
And I'm L.J. Reynolds.
And I'm Ron Banks.
And we're the Dramatics.
Hold on. One is missing.
Well, we can't speak.
I'll get it. Here it is. One more time.
What you gonna say? Lenny's not here.
That's
but
all right. That's all right. Hi, I'm Wenzel Kelly.
Hi, I'm Willie Ford.
And I'm L.J. Reynolds.
And I'm Ron Banks. And we're missing one member tonight because of an illness due to his mother. However, he sends his love and his dip.
Great Yarmouth.
Yarmouth is Northern England. And you did a Northern Soul weekend. That's what I've got in my notes.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Yes, that Northern Soul Weekender. I remember it.
Can you describe it?
Well, it was very nice.
You have to say that. I came over to England in 1990.
Okay, you gotta say again the name of the place.
Great Yarmouth.
Gotta spell it, because I'm hearing Yarmouth.
Right. Your mouth.
Your mouth? Your mouth. Your mouth. Great Yarmouth.
Yarmouth.
Yarmouth. We're gonna use up all this tape until we get it right. Great Yarmouth.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ronnie Walker. I'm living in Philadelphia now. Well, as a matter of fact, I've lived here most of my life. In fact, all of my life.
So Marvin, do you find it peculiar?
Marvin. You call me Melvin.
I did. This is my thing.
Okay.
That's not Marvin.
Okay. That's it.
When I come in here, it's like coming into church to me. And I think of it like that. I cut I Am Your Woman, She's Your Wife in this room with Barbara Mason. Man, I'm sweating like a pig.
I see that, man. This country, but that's the area code in this country. Now, is that Ian again? Whew, he's the greatest. All right.
Yeah, here's your message, okay?
Okay.
You're gonna borrow the CD.
Huh? Right away, I'm getting fucked.
I'm ready, are you?
The battery's not ready.
Okay.
I'm JJ Barnes, and this is The Strange World of Northern Soul, because that's the title of the video.
The Strange World, okay.
The Strange World.
Okay. Ready? Yeah. Hi, I'm JJ Barnes, and this is The Strange World of the Northern Soul Sing.
Okay, now we go again, because the actual title of the video is The Strange World of Northern Soul. That's all you have to say.
Strange World of Northern Soul.
So it was exactly right, just
The
The
okay.
Strange World.
Just don't put the scene on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look direct.
Strange World of the Northern Soul. Okay. Hi, I'm JJ Barnes, and this is The Strange Soul of the Northern... clip.
But then you came back to me again, treating love like a long-lost friend. What made you think I'd be waiting for you when the day is through? You left me just 1 minute too late, just 1 minute too late. Just one, why did you hesitate? 1 minute too late. Left me just 1 minute too late, but just one. Why did you wait? But just one slap in the hand. 1 day too late. And now you see the tables have turned. Now that I've changed all the locks on the door, there's a lesson to be learned. I don't want you back in my life anymore. I found myself in a brand new day. I'm living life in a brand new way. I'm leaving my memories back in the past, and I'm free at last. You left me just 1 minute